They also describe
Okay. Well, YouTube, okay, now we've suddenly got connection. YouTube is just like freaking out for some reason, saying I don't have the connection. But but I'm looking at connection, so there's that. There's that. I'm looking at the connection. This is the wrong thing. What's going on? It's showing the wrong thing. That's hilarious. What the heck is going on there? What's going on there? There we go. Yeah, all right. I feel like I'm okay here. Dang fast internet. I mean, it's okay. The download is crazy. The upload is oofta. Yeah, my upload's only at 35, which should be fast enough to stream, but sometimes it's not. So, how is everyone doing tonight? Let's see here. Gary is here. Thank you so much for watching, Gary. Mysterion is here. Thank you so much for watching, Mysterion. Jacob Miller is here. Thank you so much for watching, Jacob. Unleashed is here. Thank you so much for watching, Unleashed. HG Moss is here. Thank you so much for watching, HG. Christian is here. Thank you so much for watching, Christian. Nick Prohl is here. Thank you so much for watching. And Raymond Aquan is here. Thank you so much for watching, Raymond. If you are watching and haven't said hi in the chat yet, make sure to say hello. First of all, I announced this on Wednesday, and I did it today. It works now. You can now support the channel and super chat, and also I can play ads to you. So you can join. You can also join as a channel member. I made the bottom one 99 cents, so you can give me 99 cents a month to not watch ads. Otherwise, I'll probably play ads periodically throughout the... I think the ads are on auto. And I just played one because I thought it would be funny. So there's ads now. Yeah. Anyway, you can super chat. There will be ads on the videos now. Just the short forms, and then they're in automatically. The ads are inserted automatically in the they will be automatic on the stream. So I hope you're all okay with that. I'm trying to make some money here so we can do this a lot. I can do more of it. So Gary, thank you for 99 cents. That is not the 99-cent membership, but I appreciate the 99 cents. So thank you so much. Anyway, it's on YouTube. I don't have any control on Twitch yet. I'm not partnered on Twitch yet, but I am, as of today, officially a YouTube partner. I am partnered on YouTube. So that should be fun. Um, 3 pounds from HG Moss. Super chat. Thank you so much. Hippo character in tactical gear does tactical flanking maneuver hand gestures. What the heck is... What? Okay. All right. We're getting super stickers. It's showing up. The super sticker is showing up as the description, though, which is really funny. If I'm on the YouTube chat... Okay. If I go to the YouTube chat, it actually shows me the sticker so I can say what it is. So thank you so much for the sticker, HG Moss. So yeah, I don't think there's a way for me to make the stickers show up on the stream thing. I do not have a way to do that. Unfortunately. I'm trying to find our first story for the night because I thought I had it linked and I did not. I couldn't find it, so. Bro, I'm losing my mind. I can't find where to join because to become a member. Um, I, you know, I'm not completely sure where the button is. Hold on. Let's figure it out together. Let's figure it out together. I don't know where the button is, so let's try it. Do I need a second coffee? I don't know. Um, that is weird. I don't know. It says my channel memberships are approved on the thing, so I'm not totally sure. Oh, wait. Sorry. Hold on. Hold on. Bum bum bum. Okay, let's refresh it. Maybe it'll show up now. Bum bum bum. No seeing a join button yet. Maybe too new. It literally just launched like 20 seconds ago. I clicked the launch button. I thought it had auto launched, but it literally just launched. So, hopefully the join button will show up soon. But hopefully the join button will. That's what's going on. Well, anyway, the important thing to say, thank you all for the support you guys have shown me, and thank you for watching so much so that I could get enough watch hours to be monetized. So that's what's important. So thank you all, and let's keep going. Let's keep kicking tail. Um, the next most important thing to say is that Oregon sucks. Um, the state of Oregon is bad at football. Nike is a fraudulent brand, and you know, if you really want to be good at sports to be relevant, you should just have Kurt Signetti be your coach. Skill issue, I guess. Benedict 323. Good morning from Australia. Thank you so much. Good morning to you. What time is it on Australia? That's the real question. Bum bum bum. Okay. Um. Here we go. Dude, really? Bro. So I wanted to talk about Vivek quitting social media, being a weakling, total dummy. Um, but the article is behind a paywall. So no longer, um, not only is Vivek no longer available to his constituents via social media because he didn't like that he was no longer as popular on there as he thought he should have been. Um, Vivek is also made his announcement of this announcement um, in a place where his constituents and the people who he's asking to vote for him can't read it. Um, this is just like, I mean, the tagline here, right? I'm swearing off Instagram and X where it's too easy to get a distorted sense of the public's concerns. But see, here's the thing. He's saying that because the public's concerns when their voice that is from a constituency with whom he is fundamentally unconcerned with with whom he's fundamentally unconcerned. He does not like the he does not like the people on Twitter, so their concerns are distorted. And further, he's not willing to tell them that to their face or even to tell them that through, focus grouped talking points because they put it behind a paywall. Um it's not here. You should play the new UK propaganda kids game. Okay, I'll have to look into that. Somebody send me that link on the Discord. Um, on New Year's Eve, I deleted X and Instagram from my phone. I'll spend my newfound time listening to more voters in real rural Ohio, developing more policies to make our state affordable and being more present with my family. I predict that ending my consumption of social media will make me a better leader and a happier man. My campaign team will still use social media to distribute messages and videos on my behalf, but I won't browse any of it myself. There's a fine line between using the internet to distribute your message and um Jacob Miller, thank you so much for the $50 chat. I enjoyed your chat with Connor Tomlinson. How did you guys link up? I was a fan from Lotus Eaters. Um, uh, Father Robinson introduced us over the internet. Father Calvin Robinson introduced us over the internet. Thank you so much for the super chat. That's very, very generous. Um, but I won't browse any of it myself. Already rolling in the super chats. I mean, the amount of money I'm going to make on ads is going to be like literally pennies a month. So, uh, yeah, I mean, you get like $1 for every 1,000 views. So the amount of money I'm going to make per month on ads is going to be pennies. Um, so the super chats are super appreciated. Beer money? No, no, no. I will try to keep um, a ledger. Actually, I will write this down right now. I will try to keep a ledger in my personal. I have a notebook for my personal content and stream. So I'll try to keep a ledger of how much money I get from you guys for from the chat, and I'll try to put that until it makes sense to take the money for myself. I'll try to put this into the stream and making it better. Um, so another thing I guess you guys could do is if you can't contribute, you could tell me what things I could do to make the stream better, like things I can spend money on, not just like, hey, you should stream more because you don't talk, you like have a lot of dead air, and that like that kind of stuff is super helpful. If you want to tell me all the things I'm doing wrong, I won't take it harshly. I know there's a lot of things I'm doing wrong. Um, but if there's stuff that you're like, oh, you should get one of these or whatever, please let me know so I can make a list. So I can make a list of that stuff. But thank you so much, Jacob, and everybody. W's to Jacob in the chat um, for his um, super chat. Everybody, thank Jacob in the chat um, for the super chat, and we will put them. I'll write it all down so we can put that to the stream and making it better. And I really appreciate it, Jacob. I really do. That means a lot. So thank you so much. Mobile live dashboard. No, okay. Saving up to build a life-size bronze statue of his dog. No. Um, 5,000 pennies. Let's go. That's so true. Big W. Um, using the internet to distribute your message and inadvertently allowing constant internet feedback to alter your message. That isn't using, that's letting social media use you. Okay, well, this is clearly like a, I mean, it's like a political, this is all clearly just political speak, focus group talking points for, I wasn't popular on X and Instagram. The people who are on X and Instagram are the people who are going to be voting for my opponent, Casey Putsch, in the primary. If you're in Ohio, vote for Casey Putsch in the primary. If you're not in Ohio, follow Casey Putsch on X and retweet and like all of his posts so we can boost him. But this is clearly all political speak for I don't want to be there because those people don't like me, which is fine for a normal person. It's actually probably even fine for a lot of people who make their living on the internet, or I don't like those people. But for a politician, that's not an option to just say, oh, this is the way that part of my constituency whom I don't like voices their opinion, therefore I will disengage with it. That's just an unacceptable it's an unacceptable position for a politician to take. Let's see if we can find any other excerpts. It is so windy. See if we can find any other excerpts in here. Bro didn't read the article. La 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 la. Indian. This guy is in India. Social media is a warped projection of reality, is reinforced inside modern government. Social media's warped perspective projection of reality is reinforced inside modern government. Political staffers on both sides of the aisle skew young and hyper attuned to social media. Twitter was built to imitate real life conversations, but in modern political circles, real life conversations are imitating Twitter. This is just not true. Um, I have friends who are completely disconnected from social media, um, don't have any social media, and they speak in the same way about politics that I do. And I'm definitely in my friend group the most online. So it's just clearly a lie. And um, hold on. It's clearly a lie, or it's clearly a complete misunderstanding of young people's political opinions and the way they interact with each other politically. Um, S70 goes, do you support the protests happening in Iran right now? We will get to that topic later. That is on the docket. Um, that is on the docket. So we will look into that later. But uh, I think the short answer is yes. Um, I wonder if people would notice this if he did it without making a public statement. Nobody probably would have if he just let his team do it. The public statement is clearly a kind of virtue signal toward Gen X and Boomers to. All right, right. It's also in the Wall Street Journal. He didn't post it on Twitter to the people whom he's accusing of engaging in political discussions in a way he finds distasteful. He posted in a forum that they would read and that the young people wouldn't. Um, so nobody would have noticed. The point of it was to virtue signal to older voters whom he actually does represent that he finds the kind of people they find distasteful as well. So, as political commentator Richard Hanania observed last year, young political aides now compete to be the most based, one-upping each other with increased unhinged positions on race, sex, and who the good guys were in World War II. If you've ever winced at a social media post by an official government account, remember that the person who wrote it is often a young employee who takes most of his cues from the internet. Over time, the state itself begins to sound like X. Okay, first of all, Richard Hanania is an Uber lib who literally works for the World Economic Forum. Uh, he, I think it's the World Economic Forum. Gosh, I thought it was the World Economic Forum. Anyway, let's look it up. I guess I was wrong about that. It must be somebody else. Yeah, I mean, this is the guy we're talking about. God bless the liberal American white woman. There has never been a more moral figure in the history of the world. That's the guy that Vivek is taking his political science from. Um, he's anti-Catholic. Here he is mocking Bree Solstad. Um, the big story this week is the people of Iran uprising. That's not the big story. I think the big story is ICE, but we'll get to the Iran stuff. Um, This is the guy that Vivek is taking his cues from. And I mean, this is what he looks like. He looks like a bad mask in a movie from the 80s. Um, yeah, he's not in favor of anti-usury laws. Uh, he is pro-immigration. So this is the guy Vivek is getting his political science from on this one. So first of all, Vivek is an idiot. You should have Super Smash Bros. Running in a corner of the screen. 4 bots, no time limit for the dead for the dead air. That's an interesting thought. I bet he wouldn't complain about the AIDS. You get their MSM, their entire worldview from the MSM. And here's the next thing, right? If you've ever winced at a social media post by an official government account, remember that person who wrote is often a young employee who takes most of his cues from the internet. So that is written in a way where it gives him plausible deniability, um, so that he can claim that he's talking about liberals, but he's also clearly talking about right wingers. I think he would admit that there are right wing posts that make him cringe. Um, but like, he's clearly talking about the guys who Vivek or who JD Vance got hired. Vivek is clearly talking about the guys who JD Vance got hired to run these government accounts, um, that post these edits, these memes, these videos that he thinks are too harsh or too distasteful. Um, so he's just an establishment shill, right? He wants the government accounts to post nothing but like updates and stupid, look at this thing, look at this thing. He doesn't want them to engage with the internet culture at all. He's basically saying that if you engage with the young voters in the way that in the language that they speak, and this is something I've said all the time. I said it, I've said it for years, but internet work is effectively mission work to an uncontacted tribe, and you have to learn to speak their language or they won't listen to you, and they shouldn't, because if you're not willing to learn to speak their language, it's evidence you don't care about them. Vivek Ramaswamy is saying that not only does he not care about young voters, but he doesn't like that other people care about them. Um, I mean, this is just total bullcrap. Um, And the people supporting him are not people from Ohio. They're people from India posting his article talking about how cool it is. Um, to give you an idea of how well represented the people of Ohio are by Vivek Ramaswamy. Um, so, yeah. I mean, I wanted to read the whole article, but he's got it behind a paywall. Um, and also, there's this post, which is wildly ironic. If you're scared of your comment section, you're not fit to lead. And then he quit X because he was scared of his comment section. Um, it just couldn't be more obvious that this guy is not fit to be the governor of anything, and he needs to give up his bid for governor. So, all right. We will move on to the next topic. You guys want to talk about Iran? We will talk about Iran. So, there's a bunch of protests happening in Iran against the regime. Donald Trump has said he supports them. Uh, this is the famous picture from the protests is this young lady lighting a cigarette with a picture of the Ayatollah. Um, so that's really interesting. I saw a post a little bit ago that they have lit some mosques on fire. Um, so the thing about this is that if the Iranian people want to, um, if they want to protest, that's great. If they want to overthrow the Ayatollah, that's great. Um, that's great. I hope they succeed. Iran is a terrorist state. That is true. However, the response to this seems to be somewhat that we should get involved for some reason. And frankly, unless Iran starts attacking us on our soil or attacking American military bases, we should not be getting involved in this. Even if Iran starts killing protesters or starts locking protesters up, it's it's not like it's not our business. Um, it's not going to benefit us, and I don't believe that Iran is an imminent threat. We just blew up their nuclear program, so whatever nuclear program they did have is completely shot. So whatever they would launch at us would never reach the homeland in time, uh, and the idea that we should for some reason get involved because the people there like us. Um, I just don't see that follows, and I really think that that's all there is to say about that. Honestly, it seems pretty obvious to me that getting involved in that is a bad idea, and that the purpose of the United States military is to protect the United States, not to assist foreign people in protesting. And I know Trump has said that he would want to go in if Iran started killing people. I don't agree with that. Um, if Iran starts killing people, we should, obviously impose all the sanctions we can, make their lives terrible. But the idea that we should risk American soldiers over this is, I'm just not seeing it. I'm not seeing it as I don't see it as a good, I don't see the purpose of it besides um, helping to in some ethereal way that isn't going to pay off at all. Do you think it's likely that the current government will collapse? I'm not one of those nothing ever happens guys. I think things happen. Obviously, things happen. Um, but I don't think it's likely that the government will collapse as of now, unless the United States gets involved. And I'm not seeing a reason that we should, to be honest with you. So that's all I have to say about that. I think this is a big story for. I think this is a big story to look out for in the future. However, right now I don't see it as a huge deal. Protests against some dictator somewhere else. Um, okay, not a huge deal to me. I'm not especially concerned about it. So, if you guys disagree, feel free to tell me in the chat. It's purely a situation to monitor. So true. It would be in the interest of the United States of the USA for a stable region in oil prices and human rights. Um, I don't understand. I don't think a stable Middle East affects us a lot unless we are already engaging in it in a way which makes that stability necessary. So the idea here, basically, what I'm saying is, that the U.S.'s interests are only served by overthrowing Iran if we are already engaging with Iran in a way that, if we redefine our interests in a way that it are contingent upon Iran being overthrown. However, frankly, if we're not engaged in the Middle East and we're using our military for us, I don't see how it affects us. Uh, Jacob Miller, thank you so much for your super chat. Another $20. Wow, that's super generous. $70 tonight. Thank you so much, sir. Jacob says, the language thing is so true. I work heavy construction and own a small business on the side. I'm about to be 40. I guess that's an older millennial. Gen Z gets a bad rap. Yeah, I think that's true. I think it's especially true that the way people use language is not necessarily affected by the internet as people think, and we need to speak to people in the language that they speak in. And if he wants to represent the boomers and the Gen Xers, that's fine. But the fact that he's not willing to admit it and that is clearly his intention is especially very frustrating. Yeah. Yemen blocking oil ships. Well, then we should do something with Yemen, not Iran. Yeah. Low oil prices are good for the United States. There are things more important to the United States than the economy. Low oil prices are good for us if the way we get them are good for the United States culture and the larger United States, the larger U.S. Belief system that we want to enforce. The getting low oil prices out of what happened in Venezuela is good because there were other reasons to get Maduro out of Venezuela, and as a secondary cause, we're going to get lower oil prices, and so we should take advantage of that because we were already needed to do something about that, and if the lower oil price requires the lives of U.S. soldiers, then they are not worth it. I don't think that the proper purpose of a military is to achieve ideal economic conditions for a nation. And I don't think you can find that anywhere in the Christian tradition until the last 60 years when we redefined what American interests are so that we could do those things. Yeah. Yeah, that's where I'm at. Even face to face, they have come up, come up, came up into drastically different worlds. I think that's about the Gen Zers. Yeah, it's the way we talk is very different, and it's way different. It's a way different style of engagement. So yeah, I'm not especially. You would have to come up with some some cultural um, or physical threat on United States soil for me to be convinced that getting a lower oil price as a secondary cause is a good thing in Iran. First book document to start learning about Catholic social teaching. The first document you should read is Rerum Novarum. And then I would read Quadragesimo Anno, and then I would read Centesimus Annus. And then I would read The Church Against the State by Andrew Willard Jones. That's this book right here that I read from dang near every week. So this is a series of essays on Catholic social teaching by Dr. Jones. And I think it's very, very good. It's a good introductory text if you've read the social encyclicals. And Dr. Jones would agree that if you haven't read the social encyclicals, if you're either going to read the social encyclicals or his book, you should read the social encyclicals. So I would read those. I would read Rerum, and then I would read Quadragesimo, then I would read Centesimus, and then I would read Church Against the State. There are other social encyclicals, but I think those three are the most important. How would you feel about arms shipment or funding if the protests grow big enough and organized enough? In principle, in theory, I don't think that's a problem. Arms shipments, that is. I don't think funding is a good idea, because then that will be skewed as economic interests, to go get involved to make sure we get a return on our investment. Because the only way we're going to do funding is if we're getting something out of it. That's just the way the United States government works. The way we're funding Ukraine now, but the idea is that we're going to get the money back through the mineral deal we have with Ukraine. So there's that. Arms shipments, I think, is fine, but for the same reason, the cost would be a problem, because then eventually we would need to get it back somehow. So yeah, I don't think that's a great idea. It just seems like it's more likely than not to lead to American soldiers boots on the ground. So yeah, yep, there we go. That's where I'm at on that. All right, let's talk about Minneapolis. So, first of all, let's look at this. Oh, that's just me. That's just me. Why is that what's copied to the clipboard? That's me. Well, let me try to. Why is that what copied to the clipboard? Copy. Paste. Okay, it's not copying. This link that is in my notes isn't copying. That's fun. Cool. 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 There we go. Maybe now? All right, here we go. All right, let's start with this. Let's do this in a different order than we have been doing it. So then a lot of the discussions we're having, let's try to work in the timeline. So we have a woman. We talked about this on Wednesday a little bit when we had our bonus stream. But here we go. So we have ICE conducting an operation. They're trying to get this vehicle. I think they're trying to get this vehicle right here out of a snowbank that it's caught in. And we have this woman right here blocking the road, blocking ICE into the road. She's not making a U-turn. This is several minutes before the incident occurred. And you can see that she's dancing. She's happy. She's sitting there, not intending to move at all. So this is not a woman who got caught up in a bad situation. She was intending to impede federal law enforcement. So we have, first of all, we have a felony occurring, impeding federal law enforcement, obstruction of justice. So this woman is committing a felony. And she does so. This is 3 minutes. So that you've got 3 minutes here where this video is 3 minutes long. And she's waving other people through. And then ICE gets out here, tells her to get out of the car. So ICE tells her to get out of the car. Now, so this woman is clearly intending to impede federal law enforcement, and then ICE tells her to get out of the car, because she's impeding federal law enforcement, and therefore she has to be arrested. At which point this happens. And this is, if you haven't seen this, this is a synced up version of the two videos, one from the back and one from the front. One from this one here, the video on the left is the video on the left here is the agent's POV, and this other video is a bystander taking a video. So we've got them telling her to get out of the car. And here's this agent. This is the agent whose POV we're looking at right here. You can make him out right here. So she backs up, and you'll notice that her wheels are pointing to her left. So her wheels are pointing to her left, right? She backs up, and then she turns. You can see the gun here. Then she turns. You can see the wheels are now pointing at the agent. And we'll slow this down because we're going to look at so she backs up, she points her wheels at the agent, and you'll notice that her tire here spins and does not gain traction. So she has slammed on the accelerator. The car is she's like pedal to the metal here. So she backs up, and then right there, traction control. So you'll notice that the wheel spins very quickly and then stops and slows down and gains traction. So she points her tires at the agent and then slams on the accelerator. So this is not her trying to get past him. And we know it's not her trying to get past him. Dang it, I spilled a little water on my desk. It's just a little bit. It's fine, but it is going to annoy me. We know it's not her trying to get past him because we can see that she's slamming on the accelerator after pointing her tires at him. So she intends to hit him and then drive away. She's now fleeing the scene of this crime. And here, right here, is the woman's quote-unquote wife. And so she's intending to slam on him, and the wife in the video is telling her to drive away. So she's intending to harm this officer. Yes, she's deliberately trying to hurt the officer. She's deliberately trying to harm a federal law enforcement agent. And then flee the scene. So she's intending to flee the scene of a felony she's already committed. And in this moment, she's intending to commit another felony while fleeing the scene of both. She hits the officer. He fires a shot. And he fires 2 more shots, at which point she is deceased, and the car crashes. So once again, we can back it up. So we can go back to further back. This is her wife attempting to get in the vehicle. This agent is telling her to get out of the vehicle. And we'll watch it at full speed with the sound on. You'll be able to hear. You'll be able to hear. Oh, this is slowed down. My bad. You won't be able to hear it. My bad. So, and slams on the accelerator, intending to harm the officer, fires shots in response, reasonable belief that his life is in danger. He retaliates. The officer continues to fire. Now, there's some people saying that he shouldn't have fired after she was past him. He should have only fired the one shot because his life was no longer in danger here. However, this agent, the agent who was attempting to remove her from the vehicle, could be caught in the vehicle, and he cannot know yet whether or not she is. Cannot know yet whether his colleague here is about to be dragged by the vehicle. Therefore, he still has a reasonable belief when he fires the second and third shot that another agent is in harm's way. The wife was literally yelling at her to drive, drive, drive. This is true. The wife was yelling at her to drive, drive, drive. And we also have yet to get... Dun, dun, dun. Can we back up? We also have yet to get the cell phone footage from the wife and accomplice. This woman...
Change our plates every morning, just so you know. It'll be the same.
So this footage right here, we don't have this footage. We don't know how long she was filming for. We know it was well before the agent starts filming based on other angles, but we don't have the footage from her phone.
Right when you come talk to us later. That's fine. U.S. citizen. You want to come at us? You want to come at us? I say go get yourself some lunch, big boy.
This whistle right here is also upwards of $7,000. People have looked it up, and it's a survival whistle. It's clear. It's common in these people who chase down ICE and stalk them to make as much noise and disturbance as possible to warn illegals that something is going on.
Out of the car. Get out of the fucking car.
All right, so she hears "get out of the car," and then she gets into the car. So now we have this woman. Here's something else that a lot of people aren't talking about. Oh. We have this woman.
Get out of the fucking car. Get out.
She's getting into the vehicle in response to hearing.
Okay. Out of the car.
She hears "get out of the car, get out of the fucking car." And her response to that is to get into the car. So she's clearly intending to flee the scene with her. Now, this woman is clearly an accessory and needs to be arrested.
Get out of the fucking car. Get out of the car.
She says, "Drive, baby, drive." And that is when Renee Good strikes the ICE agent with her vehicle and is shot. So... this is clearly a justified shooting. I mean, it could not be any clearer. However, we do have, if you turn on CNN or MSNBC, what you're going to see is people saying, "Oh, he was barely hit," or you can have Jacob Fry, for example. Jacob Fry said that he wasn't injured because the injury he got, he may as well have gotten from closing a fridge door with his hip too hard. I'm not finding the clip anywhere. But he did say that. So this woman clearly intended to kill a law enforcement officer, or at least intended to do him serious bodily harm. The law enforcement officer acted in response to it. It's a tragedy what this happened, but frankly, I don't pity people who try to kill law enforcement officers, enforcing just laws on the street. There's a difference here between recognizing and feeling sad that a tragedy in human life has been lost and pitying people whom intend to kill law enforcement officers protecting us. I don't feel pity for those people. I don't think you should feel pity for that person. And I don't see why we should pretend that people who act this way are some victim of there's these victims. I know the vice president said that he thought that Renee Good was a victim of leftist ideology. Yes, but she has agency, right? And in that moment, she's choosing her actions. And I'm not especially I understand the political. Um, I understand the political benefits of accusing someone of using that term so that you can uh, drive a point home to the American public. However, I'm not. It's just to be totally honest with you guys. It's not the way I feel. I'm not especially concerned about pitying or victims of anyone. The victim in this case is an ICE agent who was forced to take a human life and has to live with that now because a woman hated him so much for doing a good thing that she was willing to murder him. That's the victim. The victim is the man who had to take a human life and has to live with that because someone else could not act in a reasonable manner. So, that's what I think. But speaking of the vice president, wasn't the ICE officer doxxed as well? I think he was. Yeah, I think he was. Yes, I believe he was. There's a 70% chance he's thrown in jail. No, I don't think he's going. There's no way. No way. Not happening. Not going to happen. It's a federal officer, so the investigation of the shooting will be handled by the feds, and the feds are currently on our side, so they will acquit him. They will not acquit is the wrong word because they're not even going to charge him. This is a justified shoot, open and shut case. It's not going to be a Minneapolis jury because you'd have to bring charges. It's not even going to see a federal grand jury.
Will be joining us now.
Thank you, Carolyn.
Thank you.
Great. Well, good afternoon, everybody. And I want to echo some of what Carolyn said about what we're
Apologies for the camera breaking. I don't know. There's some
doing
camera broken in the room behind
the
him.
rampant fraud that exists in our immigration system, thanks to failed politicians and thanks to people who allowed the American taxpayer to be taken advantage of for far too long. I think it's important to understand why this matters to the American people. I am a father of 3 young kids, a lot of kids, a lot of people in my generation. What is that going on there? Is that normal? Okay. CNN installed this broken camera just to throw me off my game, but it's not going to work. So here's the simple fact here.
Trump right there.
If you're a young parent struggling to afford childcare in the United States of America, there are programs that we have to make it easier for your kids to get in daycare, for your kids to get in preschool. Those programs should go to American citizens, not be defrauded by Somali immigrants and others. Make it hard for you to get the access to the resources you need. But number 2, making it easier for people who shouldn't even be in this country to fleece the United States and our taxpayers to begin with. We have actually activated a major interagency task force to make it possible to get to the heart of this fraud. We have Department of Agriculture resources that are focused on SNAP fraud so that people who need food benefits can get them, but illegal aliens and other fraudsters don't. We have over 1,500 subpoenas that the Department of Justice has issued to get to the heart of the fraud ring. We've done almost 100 indictments, mostly Somali immigrants, but also a few others. And of course, we're looking in with broad investigatory authority to a number of the instances of wrongdoing that we've seen in Minneapolis. But we also want to expand this. We know that the fraud isn't just happening in Minneapolis, it's also happening in states like Ohio. It's happening in states like California. And so what we're...
You'll remember from last week, the UN Somali ambassador is actually himself involved in a Medicaid fraud company in Cincinnati, Ohio. We discussed this in depth last week. I broke it down, showed some more data on this, but this is the Somali ambassador to the UN, and he himself is involved in this. So it is so widespread. It is happening in Ohio. This is probably what JD is referring to here.
doing in order to help coordinate this remarkable interagency effort from the Trump administration, but also to make sure that we prosecute the bad guys and do it as swiftly and efficiently as possible, is we are creating a new Assistant Attorney General position who will have nationwide jurisdiction over the issue of fraud. Now, of course, that person's efforts will start and focus primarily in Minnesota, but it is going to be a nationwide effort because, unfortunately, the American people have been defrauded in a very nationwide way. I want to thank a couple of people for their cooperation, in particular Pam Bondi, our Attorney General, first of all, for getting a lot of resources to Minneapolis to start to investigate and prosecute this fraud, really at an...
So this Assistant Attorney General, this new AAG position is being announced in this moment. This is the first we'd heard of it. And the position will be, from what I've read, just doing fraud, just working on fraud, and will be specifically focused on rooting out fraud in the from the federal funding to states in things like Minnesota, and he will be focusing on Minnesota specifically to start because it is so rampant there. My kids were only in daycare for a month. I didn't like it so much. I didn't take them anymore. I took the sacrifice of having my parents take them a few days while I went to school and worked. It was a hard decision, and I missed them. Well, I'm glad you were able to do that, Linda. And thank you so much for watching, Linda. I haven't seen you around before, so I appreciate you watching. Wild how Doge didn't catch any of this. I feel like Doge probably caught it, but it didn't make the news. But it is crazy that it didn't make the news. I'm suspecting that that's a sarcastic comment specifically to asking along the lines of how it didn't make the news. And that is a good question. I'm not sure. It's crazy how it didn't make the news.
Industrial scale. We've never seen fraud like this in the history of our country. Pam has been doing a great job to get the resources there to uncover it. But importantly,
my friend said that ICE is showing up to schools now. He's a teacher at St. Paul Public Schools. ICE showed up but didn't leave, but I showed up but decided to leave and come back with a warrant to search, apparently. So I'm doubtful of that because there was another story this week of ICE supposedly going into a school and getting an altercation with a teacher who ended up being arrested for assault of a law enforcement officer. And the situation there was that they were chasing an illegal who fled into the school. So I am doubtful that they went into the school to get they're not getting students, and if they went into the school it would be because there was a teacher or an adult. Yeah, I'm doubtful that happened. If they went into the school, it would have been because there's a teacher or a faculty member who's illegal in the building, or who had fled into the building. I really highly doubt that that ICE is just going into schools, especially without warrants. Like they're going and then they're deciding to come back with a warrant. Yeah, that seems dubious.
Creating a job like this often takes months, sometimes even longer. When we realized that we needed this Associate Attorney General position, Pam got this person up and running in about a week. We're going to make the nomination hopefully in the next few days. We'll obviously let you guys know who that is when we do it. I've talked to Senate Majority Leader John Thune, who has promised me swift confirmation for this official, but this is the person who is going to make sure that we stop defrauding the American people. Here's one final thing I'll say about this. I've heard a lot of people say that we need a special counsel to investigate fraud in the United States of America. I actually agree, and that's what this position does. It has all the benefits, all the resources, all the authority.
Yes, Finnicus, we talked about that. We moved to this video from that, actually, because he's going to answer some questions about it after he announces the AAG position here in this video. So, what he's going to say here, and pay attention, because this is really interesting. They don't want to do a special counsel. He's going to tell you why. And the reason is that special counsels fall under the fall under a
Authority.
fall under a part of constitutional law that is currently up for questioning. And you'll remember months ago now, like months ago, we watched this video on Antonin Scalia, 1 to 8. 1 to 8. Jacob Miller, thank you. Jacob Miller. Oh, the memberships are on. Jacob Miller gifted 5 memberships. Thank you so much, Jacob. I really appreciate that. Let me type this in so I don't forget what we're talking about. And let's see who gets the memberships. Everybody, if you get a membership, make sure to thank Jacob. Jacob, I hope you got yourself a membership before you just gifted memberships. I can't walk into any school in my area, but because I'm assuming that's because of the security they have. Common Jacob W. Truly, truly Common W. We need to, you know what we need to do is we need to thank Jacob for being such a great supporter and make him a moderator. And we need to do that way. There we go. Jacob is now a moderator. Thank you so much, Jacob. So we watched this video, The Great Descent, Scalia's the Morrison v. Olson opinion. And if you recall, the reason that the damn buying moderation that easy, bro has donated over $70 tonight. So, and he was the first person to be donating consistently. So, we need to write the memberships down in the ledger. He's the first person to be donating, so we gotta thank our big supporters by giving them power and yeah. So thank you so much, Jacob. Unleashed, welcome to Jacob Chamberlain. Oh, so yeah. I don't know how you claim the memberships, to be honest with you. Let's look at it. Let's look at our members. Let's see. They didn't show up yet in the back end, but that's okay. I bought mine. It can go to randoms. Hopefully they'll go. I don't know how you claim them. So, if you guys figure out how to claim them, somebody tell me so I can point it out to people. I can tell people how to claim them. But thank you so much for joining the Joseph Chamberlain level tier. And the membership tiers are, I forget what the tiers are. It automatically happens. You don't need to do anything. Okay, cool. I thought maybe you had to claim them. I thought maybe you had to be like, oh, I claim that membership or whatever. Like you can claim it after it's been gifted to the chat. But there we go. Oh, start a Q&A. Ask a question. Okay. Okay. So I think you guys can click that and then put your questions in there. So you can chat normally, or you can put a question in the questions tab, and that will work. We're just playing with the new tools tonight. Thank you so much, Jacob. You're super generous. I can't thank you enough. I hope you're in the Discord too, because I need to thank you in the Discord. So Joseph Chamberlain, breakfast table, and there's a third tier. I forget what the third tier is. I don't remember. I did them 20 minutes ago. I already can't remember. I already can't remember what I made the tiers. Oh, you know, I can check it. I can just click join and then see it myself. Joseph Chamberlain, Breakfast Table, and Train Conductor. Um, yeah, so they're all Man Who Was Thursday references. Yeah, there we go. So you'll remember we talked about this video a couple months ago. The problem with the special counsel currently is that the special counsel right now operates outside the judicial branch. I love that we're working out YouTube streams. I know how YouTube streams work. I don't know how the fan funding stuff works because I've always done offsite fan funding for my job. So the special counsel operates in the judicial branch, but outside the authority of the president. So the question is currently, it's a constitutional question, whether or not wife got up, time for brunch. I'll be back. Thank you so much. New member Gary Cotreau. Thank you so much for joining as a member, Gary. So the question is whether or not the current power structure is legal, because the idea here is that it's an illegal power structure, possibly an illegal power structure, since the special counsel is technically in the executive branch but does not answer to the president. Its actions may not have any authority. So what JD is about to explain here is that they made it an assistant attorney general position instead of a special counsel, so that there can't be any constitutional challenges that get people off on technicalities.
Of a special counsel, but with two crucial differences. Number one, it will be run out of the White House under the supervision of me and the President of the United States. And number two, it's actually constitutionally legitimate. As you guys may know, the special counsel statute has some major constitutional questions. When we get the bad guys, we want to make sure we get them permanently and they don't have some legal technicality they can get out of, which is why we set it up as an associate attorney general. I'll take some questions, but I want to make just one final observation here. When I was actually walking out here, somebody sent me a photo of a CNN headline about what happened in Minneapolis. And this is the headline. I'm just going to read it. Outrage after ICE officer kills U.S. citizen in Minneapolis. Well, that
is a terrible idea. I'm highly skilled more. I can pour concrete, weld pipe, and build pole bombs, but I can barely send an email. Could you do a call-in segment? I don't know what Discord is. Lol. Okay. This is awesome. You're the best. I love you. W's in the chat for Jacob. Wow. Jacob, you've been extremely generous tonight. I really appreciate it. It's really moving. Thank you so much for supporting me and helping me to be able to do this more. We could do a call-in segment. Yeah. HG Moss became a member. Thank you so much, HG Moss. We can do a call-in segment. We can do that. We can definitely do a call-in segment. I would be totally open to doing that. I'm going to end this Q&A thing because it's not useful. I don't have a chat that's big enough to need to do that. We can do a call-in segment. It will be on Discord, though. And Discord is really easy. It's like a group chat. Think of it like a forum that you make yourself. That once people are in the forum, it's a series of a bunch of group chats. So I can show you Discord. I can show you our Discord. Let me just make sure I've got streamer mode on though before I show you Discord. Okay. Here's Discord. So Discord is this app. Um, so it's a bunch of chats, and they're split up by topics. So you can split them up by topics. Ours is really small. Then there are bigger ones here. Let me find a big one that I can show you. Oh, I can show you this is the Discord for John Blevins. So it's a series of chats split up into things, and you can lock them. So like locked voice channels and stuff like that. Yeah. So if you've never used Discord before, it's a super useful tool. A lot of streamers and content creators use it for their communities. So I'm not going to show you the inner circle. That's the mod chat. But yeah, that's Discord. Fun seeing my posts. I don't know what a mod is. Haha. If you all only knew how dumb I am. You just can delete people's messages in the YouTube chat. That's the idea. If you click a message, if you scroll over a message now, there's 3 dots, and you can like delete the message or put the user in timeout or ban them from the channel. That's the idea. Please don't ban anybody. That's chill. Yeah. Our server is small enough to still be usable. That's so true. There are some big servers that are just not, you can't do anything in them. I'm in some really big servers that I'm in specifically. New membership, Jacob gifted a membership, received a member. Oh, this is just the membership. Oh, we're going to get a ton of dings. These are the memberships are now being distributed. Jacob's gifted memberships are being distributed. So Jacob, okay. I'm going to do this. I'm going to apologize, and I'm going to mute the alert box while the gifts come in, because it's going to be like 5 of those in a row. So I'm going to read them all. So these are Jacob's gifted memberships from earlier. One of them went to Jacob, which is smart. That's good. I'm glad that it did that automatically. Mud Party got a gifted membership. Sniff got a gifted membership. Just Here to Grill got a membership. Theo Lombardi got a membership. And HG Moss joined earlier, so we appreciate you for doing that. I'm just going to mute those until those come through. I think we're good. I think that was 5. I should have been counting. I think that's 5. So, Sniff, if you're here just lurking, thank you for watching. I haven't seen you in the chat yet, but if you're lurking, I know you're here now. It says we have 2 viewers on Twitch. If you're on Twitch, I know S70 Ghost is on Twitch. If you're still there on Twitch, S70 Ghost, thank you so much for watching over there. And I don't know who the other viewer is. It could just be the bot, like the chat bot that's like in the stream. So thank you so much if either of you are watching. I'm going to be the only non-member in the stream. It does suck. Sorry, buddy. That's funny. Okay.
That's one way to put it, and that is the way that many people in the corporate media have put this attack over the last 24 hours. And I say attack very
Oh, shoot, we missed stuff.
Well, that's one way to put it in Minneapolis. And this is the headline. I'm just going to read it. Outline. Looking out here, somebody sent me a photo of a CNN headline about what happened in Minneapolis. And this is the headline. I'm just going to read it. Outrage after ICE officer kills U.S. citizen in Minneapolis. Well, that's one way to put it, and that is the way that many people in the corporate media have put this attack over the last 24 hours. And I say attack very, very intentionally, because this was an attack on federal law enforcement. This was an attack on law and order. This was an attack
Oh, Jacob said something. I got paid for a finished floor I did at $11 a square foot at 1,100 square feet. After help and by concrete, I made 30%. Holy cow. Wow. That's impressive. Dang. W blue collar right there. That's awesome. Congrats.
the American people. The way that the media, by and large, has reported this story has been an absolute disgrace, and it puts our law enforcement officers at risk every single day. What that headline leaves out is the fact that that very ICE officer nearly had his life ended, dragged by a car 6 months ago, 33 stitches in his leg. So you think maybe he's a little bit sensitive about somebody ramming him with an automobile?
Sensitive is the wrong word to use there. Sensitive is the wrong word to use.
What that headline leaves out is that that woman was there to interfere with a legitimate law enforcement operation in the United States of America. What that headline leaves out is that that woman is part of a broader left-wing network to attack, to dox, to assault, and to make it impossible for our ICE officers to do their job. If the media wants to tell the truth, they ought to tell the truth that a group of left-wing radicals have been working tirelessly, sometimes using domestic terror techniques to try to make it impossible for the President of the United States to do what the American people elected him to do, which is enforce our immigration laws. The President stands with ICE. I stand with ICE. We stand with all of our law enforcement officers. And part of that is recognizing that you people in the media, not everybody in this room, but many people in this room have been lying about this attack. She was trying to ram this guy with her car. He shot back. He defended himself. He's already been seriously wounded in law enforcement operations before, and everybody who's been repeating the lie that this is some innocent woman who was out for a drive in Minneapolis when a law enforcement officer shot at her, you should be ashamed of yourselves. Every single one of you.
Jacob gifted another membership. Thank you so much, Jacob. Thank you so much, Jacob. I appreciate that. Did he give one more or two more? Gifted another one. Gifted another membership. Thank you so much. Watching this on a Saturday. Thank you, Sacred Rights, for watching. Ali Mills. I love Vance. Thank you so much for watching, Ali Mills. I like Vance a lot too. He's got some flaws, but he's good. Are there even people still convinced by stuff like this? I feel like everyone has already picked their side by now. No, but it's important for people like us to see that the vice president is scolding the media. And it's important for political reasons to call people out when they're behaving in this way.
Questions?
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I wanted to read a quote from Tim Walz earlier today. He said, "When things looked bleak, it was Minnesota's first that held the line for the nation on July 3rd, 1863, and I think we may be in that moment now." Can you comment on his rhetoric and Mayor Jacob Fry?
Somebody said they were worried about Tim Walz's rhetoric, and I pre-watched this, obviously, so that's why I didn't bring it up. But JD's gonna talk about Tim Walz's rhetoric. So basically, Tim Walz has threatened to activate the Minnesota National Guard to fight against federal law enforcement.
And whether they want to see unrest in Minneapolis.
Well, that's very tough rhetoric from a guy who just quit because his fraudulent activities have been uncovered. Look, Tim Walz is a joke. His entire administration has been a joke.
That's a great, it's a good line. Tough rhetoric from a guy who just quit. Great line. A+ line. Very good politically, very good political thought. Political rhetoric, sorry.
That he's some sort of freedom fighter. He's not. He's a guy who has enabled fraud and maybe, in fact, has participated in fraud.
Is that even legal? No, it's not. That's the point. That's why it's crazy. It's crazy that he said that, because it's very not legal. Ali Mills, very necessary, he said this. Mums of 3 are trying to run over law enforcement getting killed. I don't know who he is. I think it's JD, like, very necessary that he called him out in that way. Yeah. I just brought this up. It scares me a lot. My wife's American. We are looking to move to U.S. from Australia. Look, we got a lot of problems, and let me tell you, though, we're not Australia. Australia has way more problems. So there's that. Tim is just a peanut. Tim Walz is a peanut, and he's not the burnt peanut, very cool kind of peanut. Burnt peanut's really funny. I'll pump and pose. I think that must be a Britishism. I think we say pomp and circumstance in the United States. Pump and pose must be a Britishism. HG Moss, by the way, I have a question for HG Moss. We'll play the video, and I will probably not acknowledge your answer because it's totally off topic, but I just had this thought. I've been meaning to ask you, do you watch Taskmaster? Because I love Taskmaster. My roommate and I love Taskmaster. My closest friends from back home in Indianapolis, where I'm from, love Taskmaster. It's so fun. Pump and pose has very different connotation in my mind. Yeah, it sounds like a different connotation, doesn't it? Taskmaster is amazing. Taskmaster's so good, dude. It's so funny. It's easily the best thing being made for television right now, I think. Maybe not. I guess Severance is being made, but like it's also not coming out actively, so
That's what this new Assistant Attorney General position is going to find out. I don't care what Tim Walz says. I care about getting to the bottom of this fraud for the American people, and I care about enforcing the nation's immigration laws. That's what we're going to stay focused on.
On a related question here, I mean, Democrats have accused ICE of murder. They've said they're targeting Americans. They've told ICE to get the F out of Minnesota. This is going to stoke the fire against ICE agents, and you're talking about ICE agents right now and being concerned about them. What, if anything, is the administration going to do to make sure these folks are protected during these protests? But also, should DHS sort of revisit their procedures here? I mean, nobody wants to see an American killed. Are there changes?
we just got a new follower on Twitch, Nicholas Maduro. Thank you, Nicholas Maduro, for following on Twitch. Yo, that's so funny. Yo, that's hilarious. Nicholas Maduro, thank you so much for following on Twitch. Pomp and pose is not British, it's pomp and circumstance. Okay, I don't know what pump and pose means. 5 viewers on Twitch. Thank you so much for watching on Twitch, guys.
That need to be made to make sure something like this doesn't happen again?
Look, first of all, of course, nobody wants an American citizen to be killed. This is absolutely a tragedy, but it's a tragedy of the making of the far left. They have
guys, look, you can see, YouTube viewers, you can see it on the screen. Nicholas Maduro. Hola, Nicholas Maduro. I hope you're enjoying New York City.
radicalized a very small segment of the population, taught them that ICE agents are engaging in wide-scale violation of people's rights. What our ICE officers are doing is deporting the millions of criminal aliens that were let in during the Biden administration. So number one, we have to say, as a matter of leadership,
not running
I
over
would
federal
appreciate
agents?
if the Democrats would join me on this.
Oh,
Let's
no.
be honest about
You can
the
do
fact
that? You
that we have way
cannot
too many
try
illegal
to
aliens
kill a
in this
federal
country.
agent?
Our ICE officers should be supported in doing their job.
Didn't know that.
You're trying to actually marshal the far left.
It's not British per se, but my
fringe
friends are
to
prone to
engage
making sayings up.
doxing, to try
That's
to make it
hilarious.
impossible for them to enforce the law, and in some cases actually to engage in acts of domestic terrorism against our law enforcement officers. When you talk about different plans, different protocols, different policies, I forget exactly how you asked the question. Here's the simple fact. What we're going to do is make it easier for the American People's Administration to enforce the American People's law. And that means that Democrats have to stop rallying the mob against legitimate law enforcement operations, and that means that we are going to get tougher, and that's what this AAG position is about. We're going to get tougher at the people who are defrauding the United States by inciting violence against our law enforcement officers. That's one of the things that we're going to do. We've already started.
Combat arms units are mostly made up of rural American and rural adjacent troops. The highest indicator of combat arms is family history. This is true. Big true. I had Elon Musk on Twitter click on my stuff, but did not have the official blue check mark. Pretty sure fake. Don't know what that's referring to. Sorry. Happy's here. Hello, Happy.
Started that work at the Department of Justice, but we're going to keep on doing it, and this new AAG position is going to kick that into high gear.
Vice President Vance, you just suggested that this woman who was killed, Renee Good, is part of a broader left-wing network. Who do you think is behind this broader left-wing network?
Well, it's one of the things we're going to have to figure out, but here's the way that I put it. When somebody throws a brick at an ICE agent, or somebody tries to run over an ICE agent, who paid for the brick? And who told protesters to show up and engage in violent activity against our law enforcement officers? You see, just with this most recent
Yeah, she did
terrible
follow Antifa on
incident
Twitter.
in
She was a
Minneapolis,
trained
you see friends of this
ICE
woman's or other
watch.
people who are eyewitnesses saying basically that she was there to engage in obstruction of a legitimate law enforcement operation. How did she get there? How did she learn about this? There's an entire network, and frankly, some of the media are participating in it, that is trying to incite violence against our law enforcement officers. It's ridiculous, it's preposterous, and part of our investigatory work is getting to the bottom of it. Who's funding it? Who's supporting it? Who's cheerleading it? And of course, if there's illegal activity related to that, we're going to get to the bottom of that and prosecute it where we can.
Vice President, thank you for.
Ryan Gertison, Ontario, Canada. Thousands of Canadians out in solidarity for Iran. What an incredible sight. That's great. I hope that they are successful.
Taking questions today. Is there a risk with you describing her as a deranged leftist, talking about very specific facts of these events, when an investigation is just beginning? Are you preempting a thorough investigation by drawing such conclusions? And have you received any information beyond the videos we've seen publicly about this individual, her specific acts, that has informed your point of view?
Well, first of all, the Department of Justice is going to investigate this. The Department of Homeland Security is already investigating this. But the simple fact is, what you see is what you get in this case. You have a woman who is trying to obstruct a legitimate law enforcement operation. Nobody debates that. You have a woman who aimed her car at a law enforcement officer and pressed on the accelerator. Nobody debates that. I can believe that her death is a tragedy, while also recognizing that it's a tragedy of her own making and a tragedy of the far left, who has marshaled an entire movement, a lunatic fringe, against our law enforcement officers. I think what is clearly happening here, and it's going to keep on happening unless the Democrats wake up and say, you know what, you don't have to agree with our immigration policies. You don't have to agree with what the president or the vice president believe about immigration enforcement, but why don't you take this to the ballot box? Why don't you vote? Why don't you organize? Instead, what some of them are doing,
Somali mob just rushed ICE agents in St. Cloud. Ooh. Oh my gosh. Holy crap. Oh my gosh. Do I download Discord on my phone or PC? Either one, or you can just use it in your browser on PC. Is there more of this? More footage of this? Oh my gosh. How do the powers in history deal with foreigners invading their lands? Because it honestly feels like the only options are ceding the territory or treating it like a full-on insurgency. I mean, Yeah, yeah. I mean, it seems pretty much it. Yeah, I think it's a full on insurgency at this point. I mean, you have to. Holy crap, dude. That's wild. Oh my gosh. St. Cloud is a left wing crap hole. Who cares what goes on there? This is where Biden dropped illegals by plane, and it looked took illegal action to stop it. Yeah, but this is our land, so I care because it's our land. I care because it's American land. Um, and I want to protect American land, and I want to disenfranchise foreigners in my country. I want them all disenfranchised. Ceding it is not an option. Yeah. You've clearly never been to St. Cloud, but that's okay. I don't have to go to St. Cloud to know that it's American land and therefore it should be protected. It's not about the place. It's the same reason I'm upset that Mamdani got elected. I don't have to go to New York or think that New York is a good place to be upset that foreign socialists are running my cities. Thank you, Gary. Blessings to you too. They hate America. That's not relevant. It's our land. We should protect it. You know, it's not relevant if they hate it. Um, yeah, it's our land. We protect our land. We protect our country. You don't get to cede it. We're not going to cede it. It's not an option.
Is encouraging people to get
I love America. So true. Happy.
violent with our law enforcement officials. It's disgraceful and it's got to stop.
Yeah. Just to follow up on that question, and again, thank you for taking questions, Mr. Vice President. There's clearly a lot of emotion in Minnesota, across the country, over this incident. You're calling Renee Good a deranged leftist. There's been heated rhetoric that we've also heard from officials. What responsibility do you and the president have to diffuse some of the tension that we are seeing play out in Minnesota, bring down the temperature as this investigation is unfolding?
What we have a responsibility to do is to protect the people who are enforcing the law and protect the country writ large. Whether you're Democrat or Republican, you deserve to have the people's laws enforced in the United States of America. Now, again, I'm not happy that this woman lost her life. I'm not happy that this woman was there at a protest violating the law by interfering with a law enforcement action. I think that we can all recognize that the best way to turn down the temperature is to tell people to take their concerns about immigration policy to the ballot box. Stop assaulting and stop inciting violence against our law enforcement officers. That's the best way to take down the temperature. And we're not going to give in to terrorism on this. And that's exactly what's happening. People trying to antagonize, to commit acts of violence. They throw bricks at them. Sometimes they shoot at them. Sometimes they dox them. Sometimes they go to their place of residence and harass their families. This is classic terrorism. And we cannot say that when a far left fringe is inciting violence against our brave law enforcement officials, that we're no longer going to enforce the law. That's rewarding the very people who are engaged in this garbage. The actual reward that they just got is a new assistant attorney general who is going to prosecute and investigate this stuff even more aggressively than before. Yeah.
Thanks for taking my question. So the head of Minnesota's investigations agency says that the U.S. Attorney's Office has essentially cut off the state investigations agency's access to the investigation. What is the precedent for that, and why shouldn't the Minnesota officials on the ground have access and evidence?
I remember the propane riots in Baghdad in 2004. They had a squad of 9 spread out across the city in December. You're in a tight spot when you get surrounded. Yeah, that's why they need to send in more troops. I mean, it just needs to be like, you got to send in a ton of troops and hold ground when they approach you. They're not armed, right? You need to send in troops who are armed. Enforce the law, and if they physically threaten you, you respond with physical force. Yeah, I mean, this isn't complicated. You enforce the law, and if somebody's going to try to stop you from enforcing the law, then they get what's coming for them. Yeah. Yeah.
work on this investigation?
First of all, I wish the state officials in Minnesota would investigate why you have so many people who are using their vehicles and other means to actually interfere with a legitimate law enforcement operation. The precedent here is very simple. You have a federal law enforcement official engaging in federal law enforcement action. That's a federal issue. That guy is protected by absolute immunity. He was doing his job. The idea that Tim Walz—
Okay, so this has become kind of a heated talking point, like the absolute immunity thing, that J.D. Vance is wrong. You don't have absolute immunity. You have absolute immunity when you're doing law enforcement action. So he doesn't have absolute immunity on everything. That's clearly not what JD means. He means that he has immunity against crime, state level crimes, while enforcing federal law, and that it's a federal issue. That area seems to be the best spot to send state's National Guard. That's just a riot or a takeover waiting to happen. Yeah. Actually, exactly.
and a bunch of radicals in Minneapolis are going to go after and make this guy's life miserable because he was doing the job that he was asked to do is preposterous. The unprecedented thing is the idea that a local official can actually prosecute a federal official with absolute immunity. I've never seen anything like that. It would get tossed out by a judge. So what I'd like Minnesota to focus on is the real issue that they're encouraging people. Minneapolis officials are encouraging people to commit violence against ICE officials. It's ridiculous. It's got to stop. Go ahead.
Vice President, thank you. You said earlier that there's a left-wing network to attack, to dox, to assault, and make it impossible for ICE officers to do their job. You told my colleague just now that there's an investigation going on to that.
Yep.
So if everything that you say is true, how does being part of that network justify being shot?
Bro, I wish that this was the version of this press conference with, I wish this was the version of this press conference with the reporters' faces, because this guy looks just like exactly like what you think he looks like. He looks like such a nerd. It's hilarious. Yeah, and obviously the answer to this is it's not that being a member of a left-wing terrorist or left-wing protest network means you deserve to get shot. It's when you hit an officer with your car. Like, this is not.
Well, being part of the network doesn't justify being shot, but ramming an ICE officer with your car, that's what justifies being shot. It's not a good thing, by the way, but when you force somebody to engage in self-defense, it's almost a preposterous question. I'm not saying that funding some of this stuff justifies capital punishment. Nobody would suggest that. The reason this woman is dead is because she tried to ram somebody with her car and that guy acted in self-defense. That is why she lost her life, and that is the tragedy. Now, there may be other violations of the law and other penalties that are associated with those violations of the law. For example, if you are funding violence against our law enforcement officers, I'm not a prosecutor. My guess is that's not the sort of thing that earns capital punishment, but it should sure as hell earn you a few years in prison if you're funding the effort to try to assault our law enforcement officers. What is, I'm sorry guys, what's going on here? You guys are meant to report the truth. How have you let yourself become agents of propaganda of a radical fringe that's making it harder for us to enforce our laws? You just asked me a question that presumed that the reason why this woman died is because she was engaged in legitimate protest. She tried to run somebody over with her car, and the guy defended himself when that happened. Next question.
Yes! She tried to... Oh, I said next question. I forgot he did this. This is such a good...
The guy defended himself when that happened. Next question.
The investigation is still ongoing.
I said next question.
I said next question. The GOAT. That's why he's the GOAT. That's so good. Look, you can not like Vance. I know some people on the right aren't a fan of him. They don't think he's right-wing enough or whatever. That's aura. That's W. W aura right there. Like exactly what I wanted him to say. Next question. I said next question.
President, I mean, you presumably watched the video yourself. There's not the slightest doubt in your mind, having viewed it, that
Stupid accent. Next question.
the victim, you still believe that she deliberately tried to ram him despite seeing this video?
Look, I don't know what is in a person's heart or in a person's head, and obviously we're not going to get the chance to ask this woman what was going on. What I am certain of is that she violated the law. What I'm certain of is that that officer had every reason to think that he was under very serious threat for injury or in fact, his life. What I'm certain of is that she accelerated in a way where she ran into the guy. I don't know what was in her heart and what was in her head, but I know that she violated the law, and I know that officer was acting in self-defense. It raises an interesting point, though. Look.
Dual realities. Yes, this is the thing Scott Adams always says about watching two different movies on the same screen. Despite seeing the video, frames it as if the video is 100% exonerates her. Literally this. Yeah. He's like, did you watch the video where she tries to kill him and then come to the conclusion that she tried to kill him? Did you really do that? That's not very heckin' wholesome. Shut up.
If people want to say that we should have a legitimate debate about, what was she really doing, right? Was she panicking when she drove into this officer, or was she actually trying to ram him? That's a reasonable conversation.
This press conference was before the agent's POV came out, so now we know she wasn't panicking because she was smiling and looking at him.
What's not reasonable is for so many of you to plaster all over the media that this was an innocent woman and that the ICE agent committed murder, which is what many of you have said explicitly and some of you have said implicitly. That's what I have an objection to. The idea that this was not justified is absurd, and I think everybody knows it in their heart. Yeah.
Mr. Vice President,
in the green jacket.
Taking down the temperature, it seems like political violence is ratcheting up and riots could be around the corner. What steps does the administration have planned to try to unite America? Average people on both political sides are so tired of fighting with each other, and I think all the journalists in this room could agree with me that we don't want to be part of the problem. Do you have any words to?
I don't think they can agree.
I know you don't want to be part of the problem, and I think that's true of a lot of you. I'm not sure it's true for everybody.
There it is. Yeah.
One of the biggest scandals I've ever
Insurrection
seen.
Act. Let's hope so.
I've never seen a case so misrepresented and misreported when you have a guy who was defending himself and is now being treated as some sort of federal assassin by so many of the people in this room. First of all, let me say about crime. You mentioned violence. One of the things we're proudest about is that you saw violent crime over the last year drop by 20%. Why is that drop by 20%? Is it because we're attacking our law enforcement officers, or is it because we in the administration are empowering our law enforcement officers to enforce the law? I think that's one of the ways you take down the temperature, is you make people feel more secure and safe in their person and property. That's why we care so much about protecting our law enforcement, because it accrues to the benefit of the entire national community. I think that we can absolutely talk about the ways in which, we can lower the temperature by discussing differences in a reasonable and rational way. Again, I'm happy to talk with any congressional Democrat or any of you about our immigration policy, about why I think it's necessary, about why I think it's in the best interest of the country, about why the President of the United States was elected to actually enforce the border for the first time in at least 4 years. So here's the problem. That's not the debate so many people are having. They are actively covering for people who are committing acts of violence against federal law enforcement. It is preposterous. The way to take down the temperature is to stop it.
So true.
Have your debates about policy. Attack me. Attack the President of the United States. Don't attack our law enforcement officers. They are trying to do the job the American people demanded that they do. They are not policy actors. They are enforcing the law. They should be treated with a modicum of dignity and respect. And the fact that they're not is why incidents like yesterday happened. The one final point I'll make about this is, look, there's a part of me that feels very, very sad for this woman, not just because she lost her life, but because I think she is a victim of left-wing ideology. What young mother shows up and decides they're going to throw their car in front of ICE officers who are enforcing legitimate law? You've got to be a little brainwashed to get to that point to where you're willing not just to protest, that's fine, not peacefully protest, but throw your vehicle in front of legitimate law enforcement officers and drive your car into them. To get to that point, you have to be I think radicalized in a very, very sad way. I certainly wish that she hadn't got there. I know there's an ICE officer right now who very much wishes he was not put in the position where he had to fire a gun to defend his own life. Yeah.
True. True, except for the part about I don't feel bad for her. Sorry. I probably should, but I don't. I see her as like an enemy combatant. Do you have thoughts on Rubio or Vance, or Vance Rubio for the 2028? Vance on the top of the ticket, and I don't think it should be Rubio. I think it should be somebody else. I think Rubio is very good at his job, and I think we want him to keep doing that job, honestly. Yeah. Vance would be my pick, and then I'd probably go with, like, Matt Gaetz, maybe, but he's kind of been out for a while. He's got a lot of baggage. Who else is good? Rubio's positions on foreign policy are questionable. His economic policy, he's more of a neocon. He's useful right now, but I don't trust him as actor in of himself. Yeah. Miller at the top position. Yeah, just make whoever, look, whatever ticket puts Stephen Miller in more power is the ticket I support. That's the ticket I support. Gates didn't chicken out for AG. Gates was forced out.
What's your message?
Didn't have the votes.
What's your message to the leaders in Minnesota, the governor of Minnesota, the mayor of Minneapolis, to calm down the situation on the ground, on the streets? What's your message also to those protesters who saw that video in a completely different way than you saw that video?
Well, first of all, I think if you watch every angle of that video, there is one angle where if you squint, you can maybe tell yourself that it's not clear what happened. But when you look at all angles of that video...
Malator. Hi, I'm from Minnesota. Well, hello, Malator. I hope you're in rural Minnesota and not in any of the urban areas. Born and raised here. Wow. I hope you're in one of the I hope you're not in a... I really hope you're not in a... urban area. 46 years old. Oh. Thank you for watching. Accepting of all viewpoints. Okay. Okay. This is interesting. Continue. Continue. Go on. As long as you accept an argument, but you pause the thing. Oh, you were just wanting to watch it? I thought you were having I thought you and I were having a conversation. I apologize. I thought we were having a conversation. What part? Okay. We're not having a conversation. Never mind. I was popping your chat out so we could talk. Edge of my seat. My bad, guys. I'll push play. I'm sorry.
It is very clear.
I just joined because I saw the massive thingy. Oh, my bad. There you go. I'll turn it back on.
That her vehicle went right for
No
the guy.
offense.
She
All
actually
good.
collided with him, and then that's, of course, when he fired his shots. That's obvious, okay? So what I'd say to the protesters is, by all means, protest peacefully, but make this about ideas. Make this about disagreement with our policy. Don't use your protest as a justification or an encouragement for people to go and incite violence and participate in violence against our law enforcement officials. To
Raiders
the people on the
legend
ground in
Fernando
Minneapolis,
Mendoza.
meaning the local officials
one
in
more week.
Minneapolis, from Tim Walsall.
I don't want to think about Raiders for Mendoza yet. I have one more week, and we're not going to cry because it's over. We're going to smile because it happened, okay? I have one more week. Don't take it from me, all right? I have one more week of happiness.
Down. I'd say, look, why can't you just disagree with a given piece of immigration policy without turning law enforcement into the enemy? And think about, for example, a criminal law where a police officer goes and arrests somebody because they violated a criminal law. If you're mad about that, go and protest the politician who passed that law. Don't attack the police officer who's just doing their job.
This is a really, really great point JD's making. $2 super chat. 07. Thank you so much, Christopher Burke, for the $2. Writing it down on the ledger. This is a great point JD's making, that the even if you disagree, then you need to be on policy matters. New follower Balator. Thank you so much for following, Balator. Even if you disagree on policy matters, you need to be protesting the person who actually can change things, not the guy who's not a policy actor. That's the language JD used, right? These guys are not policy actors, was what he said. And that is a great point to make, because it forces the left to say the reason you should be protesting the agents and attacking the agents is because they're doing the thing the law says to do, right? It forces the left into an uncomfortable position that they're not going to want to take. So this is a great point. I really would encourage more of you, if you're having discussions or disagreements with people about this, if you're having disagreements about this with people in your life, to use this point, to use this like, look, they're not policy actors. If you disagree on policy, that's fine, but please interact with them in a way that suggests that please interact with them in a way that gives them the respect they deserve, and that does not put them in danger for doing something that they're required to do, right? You can disagree with ICE agents. You can say the ICE agents and immigration enforcement is wrong. You can do that. But what you can't say is that they have a choice, right? Because their job is to enforce immigration law. So you need to go protest the people who make the immigration law. You need to be protesting at the White House. You need to be protesting at your congressperson's office. You need to be protesting in DC, but protesting people doing their job who are not policy actors, who don't get to choose whether or not what laws they enforce, they just have to enforce the laws, is unhelpful and dangerous and results in things like this more often than it doesn't, frankly.
We had a wide open border under Joe Biden. I happen to think it's a good thing the President of the United States has closed it down. If you think that's a bad idea, criticize this administration for a policy decision. Don't attack our people for enforcing the law, because I guarantee you go to ICE, there are black people and white people, there are Democrats and Republicans, they are patriotic Americans who are trying to enforce the law. Attack me, lay off of our ICE agents. Yeah, in the blue.
W leadership, attack me, lay off my guys. W leadership.
All the way, yeah.
Yep, thank you, Mr. Vice President. You've called on Tim Walz to resign. Can you lay out the case as to why he should step down?
Well, look, I think Tim Walz should resign because it's very clear either that he knew about the fraud in Minneapolis, he knew about the welfare fraud, or at the very least he looked the other way. I mean, this is not this is not like Lex Luthor, right? This is not movie villain fraud. This is the lowest IQ possible fraud. This is, we're going to take the absence of kids and set up a daycare center where there are no children, and we're going to call our early childhood education center the Quality Learning Center. By the way, if you can't spell learning, maybe you shouldn't be in early childhood education. But people got rich off of this. We know that there were schools who either had no enrollment or at least they overstated their enrollment. Tim Walz, either it was unbelievable.
I wonder if protesting the ICE agents makes them more radicalized against foreigners and their supporters. Makes the ICE agents more radicalized? Yeah, of course it does. I'm not that old, but I can't remember the last time we had a competent public-facing vice president. All right, let's think. I know a lot of them off the top of my head, so I could probably go back. I can go back a long ways. Let's see. So it definitely wasn't Joe. It definitely wasn't Kamala. It would not have been Pence. Cheney was not public facing. He was competent at being evil, but he was competent, but he wasn't public facing, so he doesn't meet both the requirements. Let's see. Gore? Was Gore public facing? I feel like Gore wasn't super public facing, honestly. Bush Sr., definitely not. Who was Bush Sr.'s vice president? Was it Newt Gingrich? No. Shoot. I used to be able to do this going back like a century. Who was Bush Sr.'s vice president? Al Gore was Clinton. Quayle was Bush Sr.'s vice president. There we go. Thank you, Mysterion. Al Gore wasn't super public facing, was he? Maybe I'm wrong. Miss Malator can tell me if I'm wrong. You're 46. I'm 26. My birthday's on Thursday, but I turned 27 on Thursday, but I'm 26, 27. I have Wikipedia open. All right. Well, see, definitely wasn't Quayle. Bush Senior was not competent or super competent or super public facing. Gore was an idiot. Yeah, he was not very smart. He did invent the internet, though. I didn't pay much attention to politics back then. Yeah, Gore was not a huge player in any of the reading or like I read a lot of American political history of the 20th century, and Gore is just not a super prominent figure in a lot of that. So Bush Senior, no. Before Bush Senior would have been Jimmy Carter, and I don't remember who his vice president was, but he definitely was not competent or public facing. Honestly, you know who it was? Have I been muted or something? No, you're not muted. I can see you. I can see you. I'm talking to you. I cannot see Mysterion. Oh yeah, these are the YouTube chats. If you look at if you're on screen, if you're looking on screen, I'm live on YouTube and on Twitch. So if you're on screen, if you're seeing the screen, those are the YouTube chats. So if you see a YouTube logo next to him, that's YouTube. You know who it was? It was Nixon's first vice president. It was not Gerald Ford. Nixon's first vice president. Do not tell me. I can get this. Shoot. I should know this one. Shoot. Come on. I'm not looking at chat. I'm not going to... And nobody tell me. Spencer Agnew. Spencer Agnew was the last competent public-facing vice president. Spencer Agnew gave the Culture War speech, which actually kicked off the idea of having of the domestic policy, which really redefined domestic policy, and it still defines it as Spiro Agnew. Spencer Agnew is... Who is Spencer Agnew? Who is Spencer Agnew? I don't even remember who Spencer... why do I have Spencer Agnew in my head? Why do I have the name Spencer Agnew? That's okay. I don't remember who Spencer Agnew is. Spiro Agnew. Spiro Agnew gave that speech. And all of Spiro Agnew's most popular speeches were actually written by Patrick Buchanan. So... Buchanan, dude. Bam. Yeah. Nixon deleted like 5 mails. Nixon deleted like 5 letters, and Hillary deleted like 30 billion emails. So true. Big facts, actually. Big facts. Nixon was innocent. He didn't do anything wrong. The book by Victor Lasky, It Didn't Start with Watergate. A+ book on Nixon if you've never seen it. Another great thing to look at, and which we're going to watch some of it one of these weeks when it's a slow news week. We're going to watch the Patrick Buchanan testimony in front of the Watergate Committee, because all 6 hours of it are on YouTube. I'm not kidding you. All 6 hours are on YouTube. HG Moss, thank you for the $10. Happy birthday. Here's a couple of pints from us. Thank you. The Watergate hearing, 5 hours and 20 minutes. But this hearing,
to Florida and spent.
He was 30 years old during this hearing. This 30-year-old Patrick Buchanan, the first time he'd ever been on national television, actually, was this right here. We're going to watch this one of these days. We're going to watch this one of these days. Haley's here. Hi, Haley. We're going to watch this one of these days when it's slow news week. But we'll go back to JD. Yes. I think the last competent public-facing vice president was Spiro Agnew. And then before that, LBJ was not public-facing until he became president, and before that, it might have actually been Richard Nixon. Patrick is based. So true. Thank you for the happy birthday wishes. Nixon is the GOAT. Nixon is my favorite president. I have this photo of Nixon. This portrait of Nixon. Hold on. Make sure I don't wrinkle my towel. I have this portrait of Nixon that is from when he was president. This is like a souvenir you could buy in DC while he was president. It's not his real signature, but it's a replica of his signature on there. So I found this at an antique store. It's awesome. Super cool. But until the season is over, Tricky Dick is helping us give our love to, give all our support to Fernando Mendoza and the Indiana Hoosiers. Who, by the way, if you didn't know this, fun fact, the Hoosiers pay for their Dominican priests. Not the Hoosiers as a whole, but Fernando and Signetti pay for the Dominican priests, have paid for them to travel to all the playoff games and had field passes.
Incompetence, or he was in on the fraud.
They're literally paying for their chaplains, these Dominicans, to come to the games. It's pretty awesome.
That's one of the things we're going to get to the bottom of. Sir.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Can you explain the difference between this Associate Attorney General
That's a great thing to do,
and a Special
Malator.
Counsel? And do you envision this being a permanent position or having more of a limited scope?
Well, it's going to be permanent until we get to the bottom of what's going on, so I think it's going to last for at least the remainder of the administration. What's different about it from a special counsel is, if you remember, the Jack Smith case where the special counsel
super
was
cool,
found unconstitutional.
Mysterion. That's
One of the
really
big
cool.
issues there
I just looked at
is
it.
that person was not an appointed person, completely aside from all the other issues that the person was a lunatic and that the case had no merit. There was a fundamental constitutional issue, which is that he had not been appointed by the president and he had not been confirmed by the United States Senate. An assistant attorney general, what that's going to allow us to do is appoint the kid was got it from a special counsel.
I wanted to back it up so we can listen very closely to the difference on here on between a special counsel and assistant attorney general.
President, can you explain the difference between this Associate Attorney General and a Special Counsel? And do you envision this being a permanent position or having more of a limited scope?
Well, it's going to be permanent until we get to the bottom of what's going on, so I think it's going to last for at least the remainder of the administration. What's different about it from a special counsel is, if you remember, the Jack Smith case where the special counsel was found unconstitutional, one of the big issues there is that that person was not an appointed person.
All right, Jack Smith. We got to talk about who Jack Smith is. Jack Smith was this guy who was appointed to, he was special counsel appointed to investigate Donald Trump and President Trump's documents that he had at Mar-a-Lago. The special counsel was found to be unconstitutional, as J.D. Vance is explaining. However, this is a total aside, but Trump having these documents was completely legal, actually. The general rule has always been that the law is that the president has absolute power to declassify things. And in the past, when a president has taken documents from the White House while leaving the White House, that's considered de facto, former presidents still have security clearance. And the second thing is, as Malator is saying, when you take them from the White House as you're exiting, it's considered a de facto declassification. Therefore, he did not have classified documents in any way that nobody else has had. Thank you, Random Benefactor. It was Jacob Miller. Jacob Miller gave you your membership. Jacob Miller has gifted 6 memberships tonight. So no, he did not have documents illegally. Also, he was operating without extrajudicially because he did not have authority to do so.
Completely aside from all the other issues that the person was a lunatic and that the case had no merit, there was a fundamental constitutional issue, which is that he had not been appointed by the president and he had not been confirmed by the United States Senate. An assistant attorney general, what that's going to allow us to do is appoint this person, have them.
The warrant wasn't even a real warrant, right? Oh gosh, I'm so sorry, but I think that's true, but I can't say with 100% certainty like I normally can because I can't recall right now off the top of my head if that's the actual situation. But I do remember having heard that from a source and reading about it in like primary sources that made me think the warrant may not have been valid. I think that's correct, but I wouldn't like say it. I wouldn't be like hard like, yes, it is.
Confirmed by the Senate. That's one difference. The more substantive difference is that this person is going to be part of a very broad interagency White House that's being led from the President of the United States on down. And that's going to give him the resources, the access to material and information to make this person more effective. I think a lot of people have asked, how are you really going to get to the heart of the fraud?
Hi,
We've
Matt.
been asking ourselves that question for the past couple of months, and we think this is the critical piece at the Department of Justice to really ramp this fraud investigation into high gear. In the red tie, yeah.
Vice President Vance, I wanted to ask, what's your message to far leftist agitators who feel emboldened to obstruct ICE activity in Minnesota and around the country?
Well, I think they shouldn't feel emboldened because now they have an assistant attorney general who is going to prosecute and investigate their fraud and their violence more aggressively than it has ever been investigated in the United States of America. We are doing so much to try to find the financing networks and the domestic terrorism networks that legitimate this violence, that fund this violence, and that, of course, engage in the violence. These people should not feel emboldened because they have.
So, okay, here's something interesting. JD here, like, he's asked specifically about emboldening, like, ICE protests. But then he responds with this assistant attorney general who's supposed to investigate fraud. And he's talking about the money that is, like, he's speaking as if this attorney general who's going to investigate fraud is also going to be investigating the money networks that pay for some of these protesters. So I think that's like another thing he's saying that like he didn't explicitly say before. So I think there's another purview that this guy's going to have. Why did it take a 23-year-old to find this fraud? Where was the admin on this last year? I don't know. It seems likely that there was a hole. Didn't take a 23-year-old. There's just no prosecutors bold enough to go there. Yeah. So there's no prosecutors bold enough to go there. Also, because the states hand out, even though this is federal funding, it's distributed by the states. So it seems likely that what happened here is that there was a hole in the verification process where the federal government assumes that the states will be investigating and prosecuting and checking up on this stuff. However, in this case, the state was covering it up. You can go look at, we'll watch, if we have time tonight, we'll watch some of the, hearing and some more of that hearing on the fraud. But the fraud was happening and it was known, and then it was being covered up by Minnesota's Department of Human Services. And so it seems likely that the reason the federal government didn't do anything is because the system prior to this happening, was that the federal government didn't have as rigorous of verification standards because the state was assumed to be doing the verification. Obviously, this was not trustworthy. This didn't work. But here we go. That seems like what happened.
for the first time, maybe in American history, an administration that is not going to tolerate political violence of any kind from anywhere. Yeah.
It's not clear today that the entire weight of the federal government is behind these ICE agents and this ICE agent in particular. There is still a federal investigation happening on the ground. Does that mean that they are not looking into this ICE agent at all? They are just focused on the woman who's in the car? What is the investigation if the federal government has already determined that its weight is behind this ICE investigation?
So what do you mean, when you say investigation, do you mean investigation of the shooting yesterday or of the fraud that's happening in Minneapolis?
Yesterday.
Okay, look, DHS, as I understand it, has an investigation already ongoing. I know that other organs of our government are looking at this. So yes, there's certainly an investigation that's happening right now. But as part of the broader fraud investigation, a lot of what we're doing with the Department of Justice has already started. We've got over 1,500 subpoenas. We've got people this morning, actually. We're going door to door to actually knock on some of these fraudulent care centers, these fraudulent social services organizations to get to the bottom of what's going on there. So the investigation in some ways has already been ramping up into the anti-fraud element for at least a few weeks. What we're trying to do is supercharge it and make sure there's a designated person within the Department of Justice who completely controls that particular focus.
Just to follow up on that, Mr. Vice President, on the agent, is he still on duty or has he been placed on leave, on administrative leave? And what really was the target of the operation on Wednesday? ICE operation on Wednesday?
Well, first of all, it was a legitimate law enforcement operation. We were going door to door to try to find criminal illegal aliens and deport them from the United States of America, because if you come to our country illegally in violation of our immigration laws, then we have the mandate, and in fact, we have the legal duty to enforce those immigration laws. Whether he's been placed on administrative leave, I don't know the answer to that question. I'd refer it to the Department of Homeland Security, and they can follow up. I will say, look, I would appreciate everybody saying a prayer for that agent. Look, in the past 6 months, he has been hit twice by a motor vehicle. One time, the first time, it led to over 30 stitches and very serious injuries to his legs. This is a guy who's actually done a very, very important job for the United States of America. He's been assaulted, he's been attacked, he's been injured because of it. He deserves a debt of gratitude, and I think the media prejudging and talking about this guy as if he's a murderer is one of the most disgraceful things I've ever seen from the American media. Yeah.
Vice President, what is your specific role in the future of Venezuela? And I'm wondering, could you confirm reports that the Director of National Intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard, was kept out of the planning for the operations because of her past concerns about military involvement in Venezuela?
So I've heard a couple of things. One, that I was kept out of the planning for the Venezuela operation, that's false. And another, that Tulsi was kept out of the planning for Venezuela operations, that's completely false. Look, we're all part of the same team. And one of the things that is really amazing about that operation is that we kept it very tight to the senior cabinet level officials and related officials in our government, and we kept this operation secret for a very long time. I'm very proud of that. I think it suggests that the team works very well together. Well, looking ahead, what is my role? Look, my role is going to be whatever the president asks me to do. Well, every other day, I'm chairing the meeting that we do on this among White House principals to talk about next steps to try to ensure that Venezuela is stable, and as the president has directed us to do, to ensure that the new Venezuelan government actually listens to the United States and does what the United States needs it to do under our country's best interest. So I'm going to be as involved as the president wants me to be. So far, that's been very involved, and I'll keep on doing that so long as the president asks me to do it.
Yes. Even beyond the Board of Powers resolution.
We'll go purple, and then we'll go pink, whatever that is in front.
Royal purple, and then beige.
All right.
Okay.
Are there any indications, you talked about the network, are there any indications that the lady who was shot, I know there are different reports from there, her wife said they were new to the area. Are there any indications she may have been a paid agitator, and maybe that there are others that were brought to the area, considering everything that's going on in Minneapolis?
I wouldn't say that she was paid. I don't have the evidence to say that one way or the other. What I do know is that she was violating the law, and if you just look at the eyewitness accounts, they were saying she was there to prevent the enforcement of the law. She was trying to obstruct a legitimate law enforcement operation. That much is obviously clear. The rest of it, of course, is part of the reason why we investigate this stuff. Yeah.
Mr. Vice President, even beyond the War Powers resolution today, Congress has bucked President Trump on issues like tariffs. Are you concerned that President Trump is losing his grip on Republicans in the Congress, and what are you going to do about it?
No, I'm not concerned at all. First of all, we talked to some of the senators who were going to vote the wrong way, in my view, on this resolution today. Much of their argument was based more on a legal technicality than any disagreement in policy. If you look at the people who actually voted, every single one of them have supported the administration's plan. Second of all, as the president, I believe himself, has already said, every president, Democrat or Republican, believes the War Powers Act is fundamentally a fake and unconstitutional law. It's not going to change anything about how we conduct foreign policy over the next couple of weeks, the next couple of months, and that'll continue to be how we approach things. Go ahead.
President. So we are seeing, regarding Iran, we're seeing the protests in Iran these days. The cities are begging for help from the U.S. and Israel, naming streets in the city after President Trump. It seems there is an opportunity here that may not come again. Will the United States stand by the citizens of Iran? And if Israel decides to strike again the nuclear sites in Iran, is the U.S. expected to take part?
Well, look, we certainly stand by anybody who's engaged in peaceful protests, anybody who's trying to exert their rights for free association and to have their voices heard. Obviously, the Iranian regime has a lot of problems. And as the President of the United States has said, the smartest thing for them to have done, it was true 2 months ago, it's true today, is for them to actually have a real negotiation with the United States about what we need to see when it comes to their nuclear program. I'll let the President speak to what we're going to do in the future, but we certainly stand with anybody across the world, including the Iranian people who are advocating for their rights. I'll take just a couple more questions. Yeah,
Thank you very much, Mr. Vice President. Concerning Venezuela, how would you assure the Caribbean region that they will remain a zone of peace? Because some member states in the region are concerned.
Well, look, the President had a very productive phone call with the President of Colombia yesterday, and we continue to talk at all levels of government with a number of our friends in the Caribbean region. I actually think this is really good for peace in the Caribbean, because when you take away a major source of illegal cartel revenue, which is the cocaine trade, the fentanyl trade, other sources of illicit revenue, you actually remove the power of one of the main destabilizing forces in Latin America and in the Caribbean. I really do think, look, we say it all the time, this is the president of peace. One of the ways that you establish peace in your own hemisphere is to make it clear that the United States is going to be respected, that the United States is willing to take power away from criminal cartel organizations and give it to legitimate governments. That's how we see the future of the Western Hemisphere, and we think it's going to be much more peaceful than it was certainly.
That's a really good the way what he's saying there, and this is something I said last week. You'll remember that I pointed out that Maduro is not a president who happens to. Hey, Jacob, again another $20. Thank you so much, Jacob. All right, my friends, the cold and rain took it out of me today. I'm going to get some sleep. I will try to find Discord tomorrow. Stay safe, be strong. God bless you. Hope to see everyone next time. Thank you so much for your support tonight, Jacob. Thank you so much for watching as always, and I hope you are well. Good night. Sleep well. So I said this last week, but if for those of you who missed it, or we'll just say it again to clarify, Maduro was not a South American leader who got some bribes from a cartel and looked the other way. Maduro was a cartel leader who happened to be the president of Venezuela. If you go Google this, you can go Google this. Google the Cartel de los Soles, and you will find that the Venezuelan military is a cartel. The Venezuelan military does so many illegal actions, so much drug trafficking, so much murder of innocent people, that it is considered a cartel, and the president of Venezuela is considered the head of that cartel. Further, Maduro lied about taking Tren de Agua, about disabling Tren de Agua. About disabling Tren de Agua and Tren de Aragua. In fact, he took control of Tren de Aragua and was using them to do hits outside his country. You can find an article on the Human Rights Foundation website about Nicolas Maduro doing a hit in Chile through Tren de Aragua. He ordered some Tren de Aragua gang members to do a hit in Chile. And he was sending them to the United States to destabilize the United States. So this guy is not, we didn't go capture some foreign country's leader because we didn't like the country. We went and captured a cartel, the head of a cartel who happened to have the power of a state and therefore could not be allowed to stand. So I hope that, like, you guys can see the difference there. Yeah. The idea that all of current borders and leaders are sacrosanct is insane to me. This and the Greenland issue strikes me as very historically blind. The idea that nations ousting the leaders of other nations has been a thing for literally centuries. Yeah. However, you have to be careful. You can't just do it willy-nilly. And I don't think I don't think we're ousting other countries' leaders. I think we're attacking cartels who import drugs into our country and kill our people. Yeah.
Joe Biden. I'll take one more question. Go ahead.
Mr. Vice President, thank you. On Greenland, do you have a message for European leaders? Many in Europe reject the idea that the island could be for sale.
Well, first of all, Secretary Rubio, I believe, is meeting with the leaders of Denmark and Greenland.
Quinn Hauser, thank you for subscribing.
Next week, I want to say it is, but maybe it's a week after that. We'll continue to deliver some of these messages in private, some of them in public. But I guess my advice to European leaders and anybody else would be to take the President of the United States seriously. What has he said about Greenland? Set to the side the crazy overreactions that I've seen from the press and from certain people in Europe. What has the President said? Number one, Greenland is really important, not just to America's missile defense, but to the world's missile defense. Number two, we know that there are hostile adversaries that have shown a lot of interest in that particular territory, that particular slice of the world. So what we're asking our European friends to do is to take the security of that landmass more seriously, because if they're not, the United States is going to have to do something about it. What that is, I'll leave that to the President as we continue to engage in diplomacy with our European friends and everybody on this particular topic. And again, thank you all for listening. Thanks for taking questions. And I just ask you, look, this is politics, and often Republicans and get in arguments with the press about things. And I understand that. I think it's really irresponsible for you guys to go out there and imply or tell the American people that a guy who defended himself from being rammed by an automobile is guilty of murder. Be a little bit more careful. We're going to talk about toning down the temperature, which I know the President wants to do, and I certainly want to do. One of the ways we tone down the temperature is to have a media that tells the truth. I encourage you all to do that. God bless you.
Awesome. Very good. Okay. Moving right along. We're going to look at a couple more things on the ICE stuff. So we're going to look at, first thing we're going to look at is this one, the other ICE shooting. So this ICE shooting in Portland involved 2 Tren de Aragua gang members. Speaking of Tren de Aragua, goodness gracious. We're just posting that. There's no reason for that to be there. Hold on. Let me see if I can block that off. That's terrible. Why did somebody do that? That's so retarded. Blow this up so that's out of the screen. Sorry about that, guys. Did not know that was there. Okay. Yesterday, two suspected Tren de Aragua gang associates let loose on American streets by Joe Biden weaponized their vehicle against Border Patrol in Portland. The agent took immediate action to defend himself and others, shooting them. The driver of the vehicle, Luis David Nico Moncada, is a criminal illegal alien from Venezuela and suspected Tren de Aragua gang member. He illegally entered the United States in 2022 and was released into the country by the Biden administration. Since then, he was arrested for DUI and unauthorized use of a vehicle. He has a final order of removal. The passenger, Yorlenis Betsabeth Zambrano Contreras, is a criminal illegal alien from Venezuela and is associated with Tren de Aragua. She illegally entered the United States in 2023 near El Paso, Texas, and was released in this country by the Biden administration. Since illegally entering, Contreras played an active role in a Tren de Aragua prostitution ring and was involved with a prior shooting in Portland. Okay, so we have two illegal alien gang members of Tren de Aragua, speaking of Venezuela, who got into a physically deadly altercation with ICE. I don't think anyone died. They are in the hospital recovering, but they did get shot. All right, so the next thing we're going to look at is the Portland Chief of Police's reaction to this, because it's
yesterday, and what I can
because it's retarded.
And say is there is an association with the two folks yesterday and TDA. I hesitated to even share this information initially because I'm very aware of the historic injustice of victim blaming, oftentimes portrayed by law enforcement, including this very agency that I've represented so proudly for so many years. And historically, we have not been quick to disclose the potential criminal history of others. But I felt it was imperative because I was asked yesterday in the news conference what information we have. This is information we have. This in no way draws a through line to the actions or the behaviors that occurred yesterday. I want to speak for just a moment.
It literally does. If you're a member of Tren de Aragua, if you're here illegally, you are more likely to try to kill people.
Specifically to my Latino community.
This guy's so fat and dude.
It saddens me.
Good grief. Oh, brother, this guy stinks. Why are we crying about this? They tried to kill someone. The fact that you think you have to apologize to the Latinos because somebody tried to kill someone and got shot is 90% of the problem.
That we even have to qualify these remarks because I understand, or at least have attempted to understand through your voices, your concern, your fear, your anger.
What about my concern, fear, and anger that there is a bunch of illegal people in the country and they won't go home? One of those is more important.
This information in no way is meant to disparage or to condone or support or agree with any of the actions that occurred yesterday.
I condone, support, and agree with everything ICE did to these illegal gang members who are murderers and pimps. All of it. In the chat, type a 1 in the chat if you condone, support, and agree with trying to arrest a murderer and a pimp. And then when they try to kill you, you shoot them.
But it is important that we stay
Clockwork Orange, thank you so much for being here.
Committed to the rule of law, that we stay committed to the...
Ones in the chat. I want ones in the chat. Come on. Come on. Let's go. There we go. Now we're getting somewhere. Monica Rose, thank you so much for watching.
Facts. That we stay a trustworthy and legitimate...
Depends. Doesn't depend.
police department for all of Portlanders.
If you're here illegally, you're not a Portlander. This is not complicated. If you're here illegally, you're not a Portlander. What's the subject? ICE shot some gang members who are here illegally. They tried to kill some ICE agents, and ICE popped them. I don't know who Allie Mills is, but she's awesome. I feel like she's a young mother. If I'm getting the vibe, it's a young mom, and she's a radicalized young mom, which is hilarious. That's the vibe I'm getting. Undocumented Portlanders? No, you're not a Portland. You're just illegal. Also, document is not a verb. You can't be documented and like it's not a verb, dude. You're an illegal alien. There's some more to this clip. I found more to it, so we can watch some more of it. This guy's hilarious. How stupid he is. Wait, is this new? It happened the day after the Minnesota shooting.
The press conference about the Tren de Aragua group, also known as TDA.
Criminal aliens.
At that time, I had...
All aliens are criminal. I gotta check WPD. I didn't hear about this. Yeah, this happened the day after the Minnesota shooting.
Did not...
we just read this, but I will show it to you. These are the people. This one is involved in a prostitution ring, and this one has multiple DUIs and is associated with Tren de Aragua. This one's been involved in a prior shooting. Saw you on Connor's show. You're awesome too. Thank you.
Group, also known as TDA. At that
I'm glad
time,
you came over from Connor's show. Connor, the interview I did with Connor is how I got to be monetized. So I'm glad you came here from that.
I did not have pertinent information as to their potential role or involvement here in the city. Doing some more digging, sought some more information. Once the names of the people who were shot yesterday by the federal officers came out, we were able to do some investigating on our part to see if there was any nexus or...
So does Andrew Tate creates jobs too, right? Oh, I haven't shown the screen. I'm amateur hour. Is there any footage or just articles? I don't think there's any footage yet. It'd probably be body cam, but there's no cell phone footage or anything.
Relationship with...
I love the pop-ups, lol. Thank you so much. My chat can be themed that way, actually, but it doesn't work well for some reason. But I can theme the chat, actually. I can just turn it on at any time, but it doesn't work super well. Also, I don't like the look of it. It's too busy.
The Portland Police Bureau or regional partners. I can confirm, first and foremost, that these two individuals are in stable condition. They are still hospitalized. They are in custody.
First and foremost, they're in custody, not stable condition. I really do not care, first and foremost, about the condition of, like, murderers. Dude, what are we doing?
Of the federal law enforcement, but grateful that they are appear to be on the road to recovery, and I'm grateful for that. They do have some nexus to involvement with TDA. We can confirm that. We know that we had a shooting in Northeast Portland in July of this year, and the victim in that shooting was self-identified as a Venezuelan immigrant who informed us that the suspects in that shooting were associated with TDA. Based upon that, we've been working that case. It's an ongoing investigation.
So what you're hearing here is that this guy, like, they've been trying to get these people for, like, months. Multiple local law enforcement arms in Oregon have been trying to get this for months, right? It was a bad week to be from Oregon. You know what I'm saying? It was a bad week to be from Oregon, right? You know, hey, bad week to be from Oregon. Bad week to be from Oregon. Not a great week to be from Oregon, huh? Poor Oregon, huh? Sucks to be you guys.
But we have been working that case, and there's...
So it's been taking them months to do this. And Seattle's in Washington. It's been taking them months to do this, and it took ICE like a couple weeks, and they just found them.
Also been involvement with the 2 people who were shot yesterday by the federal officers through some criminal cases out in Washington County. So this is a regional effort as we
Seattle
look at
did
this
used to be pretty.
group affiliation and
Frazier
the
was in
potential for
Seattle.
violence that has occurred. And it's still ongoing, so I don't have details. And what I can say is there is an association with the 2 folks yesterday and TDA.
Yeah, they're gang members. So that's that one. I don't have anything else on that story right now besides the fact that it's just ridiculous. But we do have one more ICE video, not ICE video, but like one more video about ICE to watch. Oh no. Okay, there we go. We have one more video about ICE to watch, and it is the craziest one yet. Easily the craziest one I've seen yet. Choose a person, but trying to run over a law enforcement agent's probably a bad call. Yeah, it's not a great call. Yeah, I'll pray for her soul. I hope she repented. I'd share my link, but I just got back from a 30-day ban, so I'm vibing. I don't know what link you're talking about or what ban you're talking about. Let me open your... I'm going to open your thing. Huh, I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know what link you could be referring to. I shared links on Facebook and people are mad at me. It's that easy, but hide screen. Okay. Hold on. I will Google it. Ah. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I'm not interested in that. Yeah, it's not surprising that people are mad about that. They just don't want to admit that it's a problem. Okay, so this is the Philadelphia County Sheriff.
Good afternoon. I'm Rochelle Bilal, the sheriff for the city and county of Philadelphia. And I say her name, Renee Good. Renee Good. Renee Good. Renee Good. Renee Good. Renee Good. This should not have happened, but we're here today.
No, you're in Philadelphia. It literally does not. Good grief, I don't know what you're on. Like, what are you smoking, lady? It didn't happen in Philadelphia. What are you doing? It's refreshing to see the left fighting for a white woman nonetheless. They are, but then they're also like white women dude, Mud Party is so behind. Mud Party is so behind. Dude, you are so behind. Isn't this how they treat George Floyd? Yeah, but somebody tell Mud Party and ping Mud Party in the chat. Tell him he's like 20 minutes behind. Yeah, but there's people like there. You can find these videos of people being like, "Oh, I don't think we should be like." It feels weird to be like protesting for a white woman because they're privileged. It's so like they're so brainwashed.
Let know that law enforcement professionals, real ones, not the fake made up ICE, probably Trump's new army to attack.
ICE has been around long before Trump, but I don't think this woman knows this. What is your political views? Not gonna lie, you scream groiper / incel. I'm not a groiper and I'm not an incel, but I am a Catholic reactionary. I think Nick is like, I was behind. Way to go! What Mud Party, bro? It's so funny. I'm a Catholic reactionary. I think Nick is ineffective is my main problem with Nick. But yeah. All religion is gross, blood and soil is the way. Well, it's not gonna work. You know, the nihilist ethno-nationalism doesn't work. Those empires fall, and Christianity, Catholicism built the West, and yeah.
Citizens of the United States. Did you hear what I said? No law enforcement professional wears a mask. None.
Dude, I want to find this lady wearing a mask so bad. Rochelle Bilal. $2021. I bet you I find it. Can't find any pictures of her wearing a mask. Oh well. Would have been funny. Moving on. Christians are weak. Look at the UK. No, you're looking at what you're observing is liberalism. So this is a common misconception in the Nietzschean circle, is that Christianity is weak, right? And so you're getting that from Nietzsche. But Nietzsche is diagnosing as Christianity is liberalized Protestantism that has replaced the image of God with the tabula rasa. And so the Imago Dei doesn't mean blank slate, right? The Imago Dei doesn't mean blank slate. People are different. There are different types of people. And the problems that Nietzsche observes that he diagnoses as quote-unquote Christian, right, slave morality, is actually liberalism. It's liberalized Christianity. Ancient traditional Christianity doesn't have any of these problems, and Nietzsche doesn't observe this because the paradigm he exists in, the type of Christianity he's used to seeing. But if you look at what he's saying, like, he's clearly right about the types of slave morality or the things that are the death of the aristocracy and that kind of thing. But the problem is the way he talks about it is not actually diagnostic of Christianity. It's diagnostic of a liberalized Protestantism. Yeah. You should do more breakdowns of more philosophical breakdowns. I know. We'll get to it. We'll get to it when it's a slow news week.
None. None. No law enforcement professional wears a mask. None. None. Those that come into our communities wearing...
They do when you try to kill them and dox them and their families. Nietzsche did nothing. I can name someone who did. The person you're thinking of naming was Nietzsche. So, I mean, you can say that, but I know who you're thinking of, and he was Nietzsche.
A mask to commit crime. Thank God for our district attorney, Larry Krasner, who say he's going to lock him up. And I'm saying now, we are not going to whisk you away for them to hide your identity, because when you do it there, you're getting arrested there. No whisk away for them to hide you. None of that here.
This is a direct threat on federal law enforcement. This woman needs to be arrested. Lock her in a cell.
Here. None of that here. Law enforcement professionals do not shoot at moving vehicles.
Do you want me to pull up? Bro, watch. look at. Ba-ba-ba-ba-dum, ba-ba-ba-ba-dum, ba-ba-dum, ba-ba-da-bum. Da-na-na-num, da-na-na-num. Here we go. This is the use of force guidelines for the Department of Justice. Law enforcement and correctional officers may use deadly force when necessary. That is, when the officer has a reasonable belief the subject of force doesn't pose imminent danger, serious physical threat, injury. Deadly force may not be used solely to prevent the escape of fleeing suspect. So they can fire if there's another reason. Firearms may not be discharged solely to disable moving vehicles. Specifically, firearms may not be discharged at a moving vehicle unless. So there's a they can. So another way to read this is firearms may be discharged into a moving vehicle when a person in the vehicle is threatening the officer or another person with deadly force by means other than the vehicle, or the vehicle is operated in a manner that threatens to cause the death or serious physical injury to the officer or others, and no other objectively reasonable means of defense appear to exist, which includes moving out of the path of the vehicle. Firearms may not be discharged from a moving vehicle except in exigent circumstances. In these circumstances, an officer must have an articulable reason for this use of deadly force. So he can fire at into a moving vehicle when the moving vehicle is itself a weapon. Oh, shoot.
I'm Rochelle.
You can't just shoot out the tires. It's literally not allowed. It's not that it's a bad idea. You're actually not allowed to try it. You're actually not allowed to try it. Stupid or evil. You have to call it. Call it. Call it.
You married into it. But that's the way. Call it. Call it, yes. For a whole lot. Just call it.
Just call it. Call it. Just call it. No such thing as good or... Yeah, there is a such thing as good and evil. You could keep trying it, but there is.
Law enforcement professionals do not stand in front of moving vehicles invoking an action that is illegal.
She's actually saying in this moment, she's actually saying that he asked for it. Bro, what was she wearing? That's what she's like, what was she wearing though? That's what she's doing that. She's literally doing what was she wearing to a law enforcement officer.
No, we don't. And so we stand here today with all those who stand against the made-up, fake, what you can call ICE, professional law enforcement. I don't call them none of that. I call them made-up, fake, wannabe law enforcement.
That's a mouthful. I don't know. That's a mouthful, you know? That's a mouthful. That's a mouthful. That's tough. That's a mouthful. Made-up, fake, wannabe law enforcement. That's a mouthful.
Because what they do is against not only legal law, but the moral law.
The legal law. The legal law, but the moral law. Dude, what are you talking about? Have you read the law? Have you read it? Do you think this woman is literate? Do you think she's actually, like, what do you think her reading level is? Call it. 5th grade or higher? I think it's 5th grade. I think she has a 5th grade reading level, unironically.
So I'm with the DA, and we will work with them. If any of them want to come in this city and commit a crime, you will not be able to hide. Nobody will wish you off. You don't want this smoke, because we will bring it to you.
That's a physical threat against federal law enforcement. You have to lock her up.
And the fake, whatever they call them, because I can't say the name, but the criminal in the White House would not be able to keep you from going to jail.
He literally can. That's like, I bet you I could pull the statute. He can do pardons. I'm pretty sure he can. I'm pretty sure he can keep you from going to jail. Like 98% sure. And that's low. You know, realistically.
Renee Good should be here today. And to her
in Philadelphia? Why would she be in Philadelphia? That's weird.
Family, we are saying law enforcement professionals are not the ones here in this city that would do that.
In Philadelphia, the law enforcement gets killed instead of defending themselves.
But here's the last thing that I will say. Law enforcement professionals around the country do their job, and we have been fighting for years to build that bridge between us and our communities. You have one...
Dude, why is there someone doing church? Yes, amen. In a press conference. It's so retarded. Like, we're doing, yes, amen. In a press conference? What are we doing?
Negative nutcase that causes this problem, and now we all have to fight again to let people know law enforcement works with communities. These crimes would not be down if we didn't have communities work with us.
These crimes would not... What does that sentence even mean?
Thank you.
What does that sentence even mean? That's the craziest sentence I've ever heard in my life. These crimes would not be down if they didn't work with us. What crimes? What are we talking about? What are you smoking? Can I have some? Anyway, I think that's going to be all the stuff. Let me look at my notes. Okay. Hold on. Got to look at something. All right, I'm not seeing it. Okay, I think that was made up. Somebody tweeted something that was insane. I thought it was made up. It was. There was no other confirmation of it. Vivek quits X. Yeah. All right. All right. Let's go. What are we looking up? Somali fraud hearing. Let's watch some more of this hearing.
That supervisors
benefits
administration folks.
Whistleblowers out of the mouth.
Well, yes, absolutely. They always pivot to the divisive. As I stated in my opening statement, it's diversion, right? We're going to talk about personalities. We're going to talk about partisan politics. We're going to find some way to get people yelling at each other rather than looking at the problem.
Or, like you've heard my colleagues do on this panel, it's Donald Trump, baby. Yep. It's all about Donald Trump, right? The old pivot. We're not going to talk about what's going on in Somalia and we're not going to talk about what's going on in Minnesota with this massive fraud scandal. We're going to talk about Donald Trump. With my remaining seconds, can we play the video I have, Mr. Chairman? Did we run out of time?
We did run out of time, but can we put that in the record? Will that? Can we?
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Okay.
All right, here we go.
Representative Crane yields back. Chair recognizes Ms. Stansberry from New Mexico.
Thank you, Mr.
I'm an Indian guy who converted to Catholicism thanks to Brian's Holdworth and Pines. Loved your reactions to Buchanan's speech. I'm an international student at Brown involved with Brown Republicans. I'm really sorry for your loss, man. I don't know if you were close to the young lady who died in that shooting recently, but I'm really sorry for your loss. That's really sad. And praise God that you converted. I'm glad you found the Lord. I'm glad you found the church. You were close. Wow. Well, I'm really sorry for your loss, man. Yeah, that's really tragic. I hope you guys are being able to find some good in that, and not obviously not good in the shooting, but find the Lord in those tough moments, and I hope you can find strength in that and grow closer as a community, get whatever good can be had out of that. I hope you can get it. I know that doesn't seem like there's a lot, but I'm sure there's something there. She was Episcopalian who regularly attended Catholic Mass. Well, that is good. Hopefully she was on her way to converting, and she's with the Lord. We'll pray for her soul. Just take a moment and pray for her soul, I think. You're very welcome. I'm glad you. I appreciate you watching my videos, and I hope that I have been able to help you, and I hope you do some good work at Brown.
Mr. Chairman, and Happy New Year. Welcome to our guests. Thank you to our legislators for being here today, and to our guests. I come to these committee hearings. I'm ready to debate the topics. I'm grateful that you're bringing this case to our attention. Yes, we need to prosecute these crimes. Period. Let's do that. And I'm also grateful to see that this committee is actually conducting a hearing that is in its jurisdiction, which is oversight over government.
Dude, this lady has the most school marm energy possible. So school marm.
Fraud. But I do have to say, to my colleague's point that was just made, that I am surprised to see the focus, given that the President of the United States and the administration are engaged in fraudulent behavior literally daily, including, just a few days ago, invading a foreign country, using the United States military to take their oil, and notifying oil and gas companies before the United States Congress, and the President claiming last night that he is personally going to control the oil and give government kickbacks to oil and gas companies. So why are we not investigating that?
He didn't say he was giving government kickbacks. What he said is he would personally be making sure that the funds were distributed in such a way that the oil and gas companies who set up in a newly stable Venezuela are compensated for their investments in a way that makes it profitable for them, so that they will continue to do it and have incentive to continue to do that thing. He doesn't want it to become disincentivized from getting all that oil, because Venezuela has more oil than any country in the world. So she forgot to add the GigaChat image. That's really funny. You forgot to attach it. That would be the funniest thing to say in a congressional hearing. Just like reach forward and push the button. You forgot to add the GigaChat image. That's so funny, Mysterion. Yo, that is hilarious.
It definitely gives you the impression that there's a double standard in this country. I also want to say that I'm troubled to see that this hearing is being held in conjunction with an announcement that the administration made just yesterday that they were going to freeze $10 billion in federal funding for childcare and family assistance to 5 states across the country. And if you watched the president's crazy address yesterday, you heard him say it himself. But I want to say one thing, because my colleagues have pointed out all about weaponizing the government for political purposes. Well, these 5 states...
So, we watched it on Wednesday. I think we watched it Wednesday. It may have been right after the stream cut, but we watched it on Wednesday, and right before, like 2 or 3 minutes before this lady, there's a guy literally saying that Trump is committing fraud by putting his name on the Kennedy Center, and his whole thing was like, why are we not investigating Trump put his name on the Kennedy Center? That's fraudulent. He doesn't deserve that, and that's fraud. It's like, my man, you have to chill out.
Happen to have one thing in common. They all have Democratic governors and gubernatorial elections this year. Is this a coincidence?
No. We're using federal funding to get Democrats who commit fraud unelected. Based. Another instance of, you forgot to attach to GigaChat?
I don't think so, my friends. And this, of course, comes after weeks of viral videos from a young man YouTuber who was literally creeping around daycares by himself, making...
He literally wasn't by himself. He had an old man with him, okay? He wasn't creeping around daycares by himself. He was creeping around with an old man. So take that, lady. What are you going to do about it?
claims about fraud that were not there, and then the vice president and the FBI director were retweeting these videos without even verifying if they were true, unleashing a furor of anti-immigrant and anti-small.
A furor. There.
Were retweeting these videos without
JD Vance unleashed the furor.
even verifying if they were true, unleashing a furor of anti.
JD Vance unleashed the furor. Oh no. Kash Patel. Kash Patel unleashed the furor. Get Orange back in here. Kash Patel unleashed the furor by retweeting videos. No.
Immigrant and anti-Somali hate across the country, wherein thousands of Somali people got targeted and harassed, including by the President of the United States, who literally used his platform as the President of the United States to call an entire community garbage. He literally said that. So we're not accusing
I don't think he
people
said
of being
that.
xenophobic and racist. They are being xenophobic and racist, including the President of the United States. And I want to say for one...
Look, am I xenophobic? No, I'm not scared of foreign people. I'm scared of a group of foreign people taking my country over. Does that xenophobia? Hold up. What's xenophobia? Let's look up the definition of xenophobia. Xenophobia. Having or showing dislike or prejudice against people from other countries. Okay, this seems like it's about individuals. What's the word for if I'm xenophobic against a group of people? Like when they're a group. What's the word for that? Is that just being cool? Type 1 in the chat if you're cool.
that I stand with the Somali and the immigrant community standing here today. But there's a bigger policy point here, which is that this is being used as a politically expedient moment to take away the immigration status of Somalis in the United States as part of the mass deportation plan of this administration. And it is also
Based. Super cool. It's super cool to be like, actually, you guys commit a lot of fraud. All of your citizenships are revoked. All your legal statuses are revoked. Back to Somalia with you. That's cool.
being used by the 2025ers in this administration to freeze critical programs that we know low-income families depend on and which they call part of the woke agenda. This is part of a larger effort to defund these programs, as we are seeing across these 5 states. So I think it's important to pull back the curtain a little bit about what is actually going on in this hearing and its coordination with the administration, that this is about, one,
I want to be clear. She's supposed to be asking questions.
demonizing political opponents in democratic states during a major election cycle. 2, it's about demonizing the immigrant community to support.
One of the things I noticed in this hearing is that none of the Democrats ask questions because they know they don't like the answers. So they just get up here and go, JD Vance unleashed the Fuhrer.
Rule and illegal mass deportation policies. And 3, it's about demonizing poor people and struggling families to justify taking away the basic programs that are helping them survive in this country. So I want to just close out by saying that I grew up in a low-income family. Many of you have heard my story before. But as I woke up to the news that the president was freezing child care funding.
I think your roots need a touch-up, ma'am. Ma'am, your roots need a touch-up.
To these 5 states, I had to think about the millions of families that would be impacted by it. I think about my own mom, a single mom, just barely struggling to get by, working multiple jobs. These programs are a lifeline. They make it possible for people.
Yeah, and so we should have them. And so to make sure we have them, we should deport all of the Somalians so that we can make sure we have the programs for low-income families.
Like me, to ultimately have a pathway to success. And you all are sitting here running legislation on shower heads while millions of Americans...
Yo, Mysterion's on a heater. Yo. Will Els, thank you so much for being here. Why is everything the Debs complain about and whine about actually cool? I don't know.
Health insurance is expiring, while millions of Americans can't even put food on the table right now. And you're over here parading around state officials, demonizing immigrants, talking about cutting basic programs, and you're passing legislation to redefine shower heads in Congress while the President of the United States...
Yeah, because the shower heads suck. We got to fix them. What do you want us to do about it? We're supposed to let the shower head suck? Dude, maybe that's why her roots look bad, is because if we had a better shower head, ma'am, your roots wouldn't be so gray. Trump is trying to fix her roots. And she's out here complaining about it. Textbook woman moment.
...is illegally invading foreign countries.
Order. Dear ladies, time to
I find it appalling.
Order. Ladies, order. Chair recognizes Dr. Fox from North Carolina. Chair recognizes Mr. Biggs from Arizona.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have UC requests. First one, HHS freezes child care payments to Minnesota after massive fraud alleged. Next one, Minnesota's Quality Leering Center fixes sign at address still misspelled. Minnesota made it easier to get into daycare business.
This is so funny. So Andy Biggs just has a bunch of articles he wants to enter into the record, but he's entering it into the record as an excuse to just read the headlines to make the Democrats sound stupid. So every time after a Democrat speak, he just goes, Mr. President, may I be recognized? And then he just reads the headlines to make them sound dumb. It's so funny. A+ trolling.
Trump's deputies freeze child care payments to Minnesota amid alleged Somali fraud. Jonathan Turley explains why feds can dig deep into Somali scammer special.
Without objection, so ordered. Chair recognizes Mr. Gill.
Got another UC request, an article from City Journal. Quote, the largest funder of al-Shabaab is the Minnesota taxpayer.
Without objection, so ordered. I believe Mr. Fallon, you have a request.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to enter the record an article by the Center of American Experiment, Feeding Our Future, Keith Ellison, caught on tape.
Without objection, so ordered. Chair now recognizes Dr. Fox from North Carolina.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I thank our witnesses for being here today. Representative Robbins, when Governor Walz testified before this committee last June, I reminded him that the fraud involving the nonprofit Feeding Our Future established Minnesota as ground zero for the largest COVID-19 fraud scheme in the nation. Feeding Our Future took $250 million in federal funds out of the mouths of hungry...
She's so small. Why is she in Congress? We need to get her out of Congress. She should be somewhere giving grandkids hard candies.
Children, which amounts to $1,600.
They're all just sharing news articles? Yeah, it's really funny trolling. It's hilarious.
Per child living in poverty in Minnesota. According to the FBI, the $250 million in federal taxpayer money was funneled.
I don't know who let her out of the nursing home, but she's too small and cute to be in Congress. Somebody get this old lady, this cute old lady, a hard candy and a grandkid. Get her out of there. She don't need to be in there. This is mean.
Quote, into luxury homes, cars, and lavish lifestyles while families struggle, end quote. The FBI
So
stated
true,
it, quote,
Darth.
will not allow criminals to rob federal programs and walk away unscathed. We'll expose their schemes, dismantle their networks, and ensure they face the full weight of justice, end quote. Last June, Governor Walz assured me that he, quote, wholeheartedly, end quote, supported the federal government's efforts to bring to justice those who stole federal taxpayer money at the expense of hungry children. If he had been true to his word, we would not be sitting here today. However, the committee's back today because the Feeding Our Future scam is just the tip of the iceberg of fraud in Minnesota.
Put a small child in her arm and give her a sweater. Sorry for my activity. I've been playing League. That's fine. You can play League, dude. Play League. Are you good? What's your rank? Tell me, what's your League rank, dude? I don't play League, so I don't know anything about it. Ms. Fox? Was Mother Goose? Dr. Fox. Was Mother Goose busy? I think so. Put a small child in her arms. Give her a sweater. So true. Take her out of the suit. Give her a sweater. Put a small child. Give her a grandbaby. Get this poor old lady out of here. She don't need to be doing this. I started a new account. I think I'm still unranked. It's amazing. I've heard League is super addicting, and I have enough addictions.
Perhaps beyond. Representative Robbins, Democrats in your state have tried to dismiss your inquiry into the Feeding Our Future fraud as a partisan political exercise. Is exposing fraud and theft of taxpayer funds a partisan activity?
No, ma'am. As I said in our first committee hearing, it is nonpartisan. Everyone should want to protect taxpayers and vulnerable citizens.
And we completely agree.
Why does she have hair like Rachel from Friends in the 90s? Ma'am, update your haircut.
Representative Robbins, did Governor Walz work with you and your committee wholeheartedly to bring justice to those involved in the Feeding Our Future fraud?
No, ma'am. They have ignored the documents we have provided to them. We did a hearing in February of 2025 on child care fraud that was outlined in the Nick Shirley video, and we gave them a list of 72 child care providers that we were concerned about that got $1 million
Games are better than tequila? True. Facts. Fact check? True.
each or more. And as we saw in the Shirley video last month, they've done nothing about it.
Representative Hudson, for several years we've heard about whistleblowers, highlighted by some of us in Congress, who noted instances of fraud in Minnesota. With this in mind, the recent allegations from Nick Shirley regarding staggering amounts of fraud involving child care centers come as no surprise. What kind of climate did Governor Walz create for whistleblowers?
Well, I think he did a really good job of demonstrating for us the kind of climate that he's created yesterday, when in an unhinged rant, he tried to throw Deputy U.S. Attorney Joe Thompson under the bus, a guy who's been doing this for, I believe, 16 years. If he's willing to throw a Deputy U.S. Attorney under the bus, what do you think he's going to do to a state agency employee? That's the climate, and everybody who works for the Walz administration knows it.
Thank you.
This guy, this Hudson guy, his answers are like, the fact that he's going to end up on the national stage one day. So pay attention, guys. Watching this hearing, this Hudson guy is going to end up on the national stage one day. His answers off the cuff are whip sharp, perfectly phrased. There's no filler. There's nothing. It's exactly what he needs to say, exactly what he should be saying, and it's just like nails it every time. Like crazy. I wish everyone talked this fast all the time, or am I just caffeinated? You might be caffeinated. I think every congressional hearing needs a Zoomer to troll those present would improve watchability 100 times. That's true. That's true. People actually, the reason I watch congressional hearings on stream is because my audience really likes it when I just watch congressional hearings and like do the kind of commentary I do where I'm like, this is what's actually going on, and then immediately switch to, why do you have Rachel's haircut from Friends in the year 2026?
Representative Rarick, do you believe the Walz administration seriously pursued whistleblowers' reports of fraud?
I think that the Walz administration seriously retaliated against whistleblowers and ignored them and dismissed them. And
She looks like Tina Fey. This woman looks like Tina Fey.
in my opening statement, I talked about the threats of firing them and blacklisting them and things like that. So that's what the Walz administration focused on.
Representative Rarick,
Zoomer, how come every generation but mine has a fun name? You're 46, you're a millennial. Right? 46? Born in... Oh, I guess not. No. Sorry, you're late Gen X. Gen X is a cool name.
Collateral damage in the Democrats' reckless disregard for taxpayer funds. Hard-working Americans and their communities are left to pay the price. What lessons can other states and federal officials take from your work to expose the stunning amount of fraud and the network of those who enabled it that you all have exposed in Minnesota?
Yeah, the answer to that is very simple, and that is if you just do simple, basic good governance like reconciliation and a few other financial controls, you won't have the problems that you have here. And if you don't retaliate against your employees, your frontline workers that point out...
The explanations are helpful because outside of anti-abortion arguments, I'm kind of dumb. That's the political status of 90% of American Catholics. So, yeah.
Fraud, you won't have this problem either.
Representative Hudson, do you have anything you'd like to add to that?
Yes, absolutely. You have to have a culture of good faith. And that is what is lacking in Minnesota. There's not a culture of good faith. And you see a very strange strategy going on right now with Minnesota Democrats, where every day they're denying this problem, which really strikes me as bizarre because we know there are more prosecutions coming. So what are they going to say as story after story drops? And we can cite time and date where they said it wasn't a problem.
Thank you. And Mr. Chairman.
Dude, he's so good. This guy is phenomenal.
I'd like to note that it was the Education and Workforce Committee when I was chair that first brought this issue to the public's attention, and we got nowhere under a Democrat administration. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Exactly correct. Thank you, Dr. Fox. Chair recognizes Ms. Summerlee for Pennsylvania.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think like so many people on this committee have already articulated, nobody here believes that rooting out fraud and waste and abuse is not a top priority of this committee, of our caucus, of their conference. It is. If you're on this committee,
touch
it
her
is
hair?
the top charge that we all undertake incredibly seriously.
Why is her tie like that? It's not even tied. Look, it's not just that it's low. Look, see here? There's a line right there. Right there, there's a line. She doesn't even have the knot finished. And the suit is oversized. What is going on?
Seriously, but I think like so many things with the modern Republican Party, it's like you're skulking right around the edge of things, but too often, I mean, keeping them from ever actually doing something that helps, not harms the American people. And this is another one of those instances, right? When it's a person of color, if it's 2 or 3, it's a pattern, and the entire community must be indicted. But if it's 100 Republicans, it's just not that.
Somalians make up 2% of Minnesota's population and have committed 90% of the fraud. So yeah, it's a pattern. It's a pattern. Ma'am, do you know what? Can you define per capita for me, please?
Because it's important. That's why we have routinely held hearings where we actually go over with the Government Accountability Office their high-risk list. We take it seriously. But the tone of this hearing seems to be hypocritical, which is hard to take as anything but that, rather than an actual oversight effort. Our federal government currently has the tools to catch and prevent waste, fraud, and abuse. It's how the alleged fraud in Minnesota was caught by the Biden administration in the first place. Mr. Blue, as a former federal prosecutor, you're familiar with some of the tools that we have, correct?
Yes.
Just briefly, could you please verify the following tools for me? Yes or no? Does the Government Accountability Office work to reduce...
Just buy a clip-on? I think she wants it like that. Why is this... The blazer is oversized? That's annoying me. Everything about this woman's fashion is annoying me. Her hair looks sprayed on.
Waste, fraud, and abuse.
Yes.
Do inspectors generals work towards these goals?
Absolutely.
What about the Council of the Inspectors General on Integrity and Efficiency?
Yes.
Are whistleblowers important?
They do. Hey, they do this thing. So the fact that there's fraud, don't believe your lying eyes.
To rooting out waste, fraud, and abuse?
Absolutely.
Has the Trump administration helped to hurt these tools?
Certainly heard it by disbanding the Council for Inspectors General and then ultimately firing 19 IGs.
Thank you. That's right. Again and again. Trump has attacked the oversight mechanisms within the federal government. He illegally fired 17 inspectors general and other key...
You don't understand. She's just too cool and relatable to care about something like that.
Personnel. He goes after whistleblowers and he tries to roll back their protections. He routinely ignores the rampant corruption within his own administration. Republicans have turned a blind eye to all of this. They have held no hearings on these actions. And this
Name corruption. They just keep going, Donald Trump be corrupt. Bro, name a corrupt thing. Per capita for each person in relation to people taken individually. Kind of. When you have an individual problem, right? Like, when you're dealing with an individual, you should propose them individual solutions, right? So if you're talking to somebody in my generation, and they're saying, hey, the housing market's kind of screwed me over, you should propose an individual solution to them. You can be like, oh, you can do this, this, and this, and this. And those are the ways you can take care of yourself, set yourself up for success. Right? But if you're a politician, it actually doesn't make a lot of sense to address groups as individuals, right? If you're a politician and your job is to make life better for everyone, it doesn't make a lot of sense to say, hey, Zoomers, just do better when you have the power to make the situation that is harming them less bad. Is it me who is lagging or is it you? I just hit refresh and still got the lag. Am I lagging on YouTube? I don't know if I'm lagging. Yeah, it says I'm lagging on YouTube. Oh, good grief. My internet's bugging. My internet is bugging out. My internet is bugging. Hold on. Internet's wigging out. Yeah, the internet's wigging out. YouTube's having an outage. Can you type ones, boys? Gentlemen. My internet's wigging out. Oh, good grief. Not again. Xfinity has me throttled for some reason. My speeds have just shot down. Like my internet speed just went through the floor. No, it's lagging. My internet speed. Okay, wait, we're back. I think we're back. I think we're back. No, we're not. No, we're not. Hello, testing. Check, check. My internet is totally wigging out. Yeah, it's not working. Something here? Check, 1, 2. Yeah, it's behind. Wow, it's behind. Check, check, check. Hold on. Yeah. Yeah, it's not gonna. Testing, testing. Shoot.
Hearing today isn't even about fraud.
Is buying one of those 5G boxes. The 5G is not fast enough for streaming. The 5G upload speed is not fast enough for streaming. .5G upload speed isn't fast enough for streaming. I'm just trying to see if I can figure out how to get this thing to work. It's still like Dean Withers. That's hilarious. It's not the real Dean Withers. Check, check, check. Bro, all robotic. I can't do anything about it. The internet's like wigging out. The internet's totally wigged out. My man turned into a slideshow. Dude, what do you want me to do about it, guys? It's still a slideshow. Oh my gosh. Yeah, it's still not working. Still not working. Hey Mar, did you ever buy a technical? No, I did not. Also, the internet's not working, so. Have you tried turning it off and on again? I can't. The stream will go down. Mans is so far behind. Yeah, probably. And Wait, is it fixed? Hold on. Did it fix itself? Wait, we might be okay. We might be okay. Are we back? Are we back? Wait a second. Wait a second. We might be okay. Sending at 10:25. Okay, I got it at 10:25. It's still not good. It says that the stream health is fair. So it's still not good, but we are better. It does look like we at least have. It does look okay. Audio is out of sync, but not a slideshow anymore. Yeah, I bet the audio is like sending at 10:26. I got it at 10:26. Well, sync looks fine to me. How's that? How out of sync is it? Let's look. Hold on. Let's look. Hold on. Let's look. Hold on. Let's look. Hold on. It looks fine. I think it's fine. It looks good on my end. I got destroyed in my last game. I wasn't paying attention. The other team was so good, though. Yeah, I just lost over half my viewers. My internet just shit itself. It looks fine. Stream health is excellent. Okay, we're okay. We just have to call Xfinity in the morning and tell them you can't do that. The lag is gone. I think we're good. I think we're good. Video is 5 seconds behind for me. The audio and the video are desynced by 5 seconds for you? Really? Hold on. Hold on. All right, you guys are going to have to forgive me because I'm going to have to mute. I'm going to mute the audio for you guys so I can watch it back. I can't do that because I need to listen. Okay, hold on. Because I need to listen. Okay, hold on. Because I need to listen. Okay, hold on. Because I need to listen. No, it's good. It's good. It's good. It's good. It's good. It's good. It's synced up. Yeah, it's synced up. We're good. Okay. Let's try to get through like 20 more minutes of the hearing, and then we can call it.
fraud generally within the federal benefits system, which we would welcome. Republicans have cherry-picked a blue state and an immigrant population vulnerable to demonize. To be clear, Minnesota is not the only state with a fraud problem. To truly tackle waste, fraud, and abuse, we need to approach the issue with a scalpel, not a mallet. Discovering that people are committing fraud in the federal program does not mean we should smash the whole thing and end it. It means its oversight mechanisms need to be improved. That's why it's so disappointing to see that the Minnesota House Fraud Prevention Committee that our witness, the Honorable Kristen Robbins, chairs, has issued no reports on these uncovered schemes. It hasn't advanced any legislation to address the issue or even shared whistleblower reports with their Democratic colleagues. They've just held a bunch of hearings and generated headlines, something our committee is all too familiar with. This hearing is not an effort by Republicans to improve social service programs. It's an excuse to end them and to punish Democratic-led states. This has always been the plan. It's why Republicans' so-called big, beautiful bill is estimated to cut more than $1 trillion from Medicaid and CHIP benefits and cut SNAP for 40 million people, the very children or folks with disabilities who were mentioned in the opening statements. Trump has also already taken advantage of the situation in Minnesota. After a YouTuber harassed and posted unsubstantiated claims of fraud against child care centers, HHS froze child care funding to Minnesota, which would affect more than 23,000 children. Just yesterday, Trump also froze approximately $10 billion in funding for programs supporting child care, social services, grants, and cash assistance in not only Minnesota, but in other Democratic-led states, California, Colorado, New York, and Illinois. No matter what party we're elected to, we represent the people of our district, Democrat or Republican. We represent as the federal government, all people of all states, irrespective of how they voted. That's the charge that I took, and I would like and hope that you all would do the same. When so many of these social service programs are being gutted and defunded, fraud becomes even more harmful, as that means even less money is going to people who need it. People need these programs. This situation should be an opportunity to take a deep look at the programs and improve their oversight abilities, not an excuse to cut them entirely. If we care about the most vulnerable, if we care about the most marginalized, this is an opportunity to do so, and I welcome us to actually do that one day. Thanks, I yield back.
Ms. Lee, the IGs are hired to identify fraud. They haven't identified fraud. The IGs have failed. But anyway,
you all have failed.
No,
you all continue to fail. We've done nothing. You have the gavel, Mr. Comer. We barely do hearings.
Wait, what? I didn't know this was coming. I didn't know this was coming. I didn't know this was coming. Please don't argue about the Daily Wire stuff, guys. I'm not going to comment on it, so it puts me in a really weird position.
The IGs have failed. But anyway.
You all have failed.
No,
you all continue to fail. We've done nothing. You've had the gavel, Mr. Comer. We barely do hearings on anything that actually affects change. You have power here, and yet you don't do anything. Yes, he actually initiated this, sir, but thank you so much for your opinion.
You have failed.
I yield it back.
Chair recognizes Mr. Perry from Pennsylvania for 5 minutes.
It's your fault we committed fraud. Unironically, kind of seems that way that she's saying that.
Thank the chairman, and I'd just like to point out to everybody that at this very moment, we're going to consider an appropriations bill that had an earmark in it for.
Guys, I'm serious. Please don't talk about the fraud Daily Wire thing. Don't have that argument in my chat. I'm not going to comment on it because I'm friends with him, and he gave me my job, gave me my shot. Let me teach myself to do this so I can make money. Please don't talk about it. I'm not going to talk about it, and if I let it go one way or the other, it looks like I agree with either side, and I don't want anything to do with it. Thank you.
For $1 million for another Somali-led organization whose family has ties and convictions to ISIS and fentanyl-related addiction. And I think it's very difficult to just, for all of us to determine what's legitimate and what's not. But I would just ask if the committee will play the video that Mr. Crane had referred to for me.
I would, Hamar, if they give it to me.
Can you stop the... Okay, go ahead.
We get the sound turned up. You can see the subtitles there.
Why can we not figure out how to do?
If you'll notice the campaign contribution at the bottom for $4,700, and then the $250 million fraud scheme associated with said individuals. Listen, ladies and gentlemen, it's not me calling out one community or another, one individual, representative or another. It's fraud.
They're calling Nick Shirley and the old guy creeping around the daycare centers, but they have a child leering center. What is this? We got a leering center? Why do we have a leering center? That's gay.
Robbins, Hudson, and Rarick, thanks for your service. I know it's difficult, and you're operating in difficult circumstances where it doesn't sound like you got a lot of support. And I imagine that as Ms. Robbins, Representative Robbins, you're the chair of the Oversight Policy Committee Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I imagine at the state level, you don't quite have the resources you need to track down all this stuff. This federal jury found that Feeding Our Future mastermind and co-defendant, and also the contributor to one of your representatives from
I
your
didn't see him
state,
do
one of
that.
our
If he
colleagues
did,
here,
you know, whatever.
$4,700 for a $250 million pandemic fraud scheme. Like, you don't probably have the resources to find that kind of stuff. It's massive, right? And I suspect, as someone who, you know, you serve at the pleasure of your constituents who want to see you elected and contribute to you, a $4,700 campaign contribution for a $250 million of I guess, spending at the federal level is a pretty good investment for people. We're not here to pick on anybody, but I will tell you, I think the American people are particularly affronted when they're...
Yes, so SOMTV, what do you think it is? What do you think SOMTV is? Somali TV, Minnesota. It's literally Somalian TV. Oh, good grief.
goodwill is returned by stealing their hard-earned money. I just want to, if you can comment on that particular case, this Feeding Our Future, and the fact that...
How long till we find out we're funding that too? The pirates? We were. Some of the money went to that. And to Al-Shabaab, which is a Somali terrorist organization. We were funding that.
These folks pled guilty to $250 million, and then connections to...
The Somali TV? We probably were. It's probably a public service thing.
The political operation in your state, which is dismantling your state.
Thank you, sir. Yes, so this is the big problem. There's a network of people who have been politically supporting.
The Bears are blowing it? No, they're not. What's the score? The Bears are blowing it? That's so funny. Yikers. They laid a stinker. How did the Rams let it get that close with the Panthers? Holy cow.
The Democrats, who have also been contributing to them and who have been involved in multiple schemes. So a woman who is in this child care group, the Minnesota Minority Child Care Association, Ikram Muhammad, she was later...
Hey, Mar, you know who blew it worse than the Bears? You know who's worse than the Bears? Wow. That's 21-6, but Caleb just threw a red zone interception? Wait. My scoreboard on my phone says 21-9. And that that the interception was like at the start of the third quarter. I think you're behind. Oh, well, that's an older clip? Okay. You know who else threw an interception? Dante Moore.
Indicted in the Feeding Our Future scandal, as was her brother and her mother, and I believe a sister. And so it's a network that functions in our state that we have to get a handle on. And then one of the people indicted in that case...
No, I didn't see that, Amnet. I haven't seen it. The Ducks? Yeah. I watched, yeah. Dude, the Oregon Ducks, yeah. The Hoosiers beat the crap out of them. It was 22-50. It was 22-56, but they scored a touchdown with under like 2 minutes to go in the fourth quarter, down 15-56, and Indiana had all their backup defense, and it did not matter.
For Feeding Our Future, for money laundering $1.1 million, then they used that same company, shell company they did the money laundering with, to buy property for an assisted living facility after they were indicted, and then his wife has a company getting millions of dollars from the state to provide services to the assisted living facility bought by his shell company he's already been indicted for. They do not shut off the spigot.
This is so crazy. Hey, this guy, he did a bunch of fraud, and he owns another company that's doing fraud. Should we stop? No, let's not. Let's not. Unrelated, I'm moving to a new city because of your advice about finding Catholic community. I've been wanting to move for a while, but actually making move. That's great. I'm so happy you're doing that. What city? Don't tell me that. Don't dox yourself.
So
That's the problem.
this is completely outrageous, obviously. I'm not an attorney. Are any one of you three attorneys? Are you? So,
Yes, sir.
you said, Representative.
I'm glad you're in seminary. Thank you for your vocation. What diocese are you in?
Representative Robbins, that you informed the governor of these things. That's what you said, right? That's your testimony here today.
Yes, sir. I did a hearing on it, and I brought charts and laid out the roadmap.
So there are crimes of commission and crimes of omission. So if the governor didn't actively be involved in this fraud, that would be a crime of commission. But if he knew about it and didn't do anything about it, would you consider that a crime of omission?
Yes, sir.
And what should be done about crimes of omission regarding taxpayer funds?
So they should be prosecuted. And when, as you said, we don't have a lot of resources on our committee as legislators.
Can we
don't
get
have
past the
fraud,
Robbins
we
questions? I just want to talk to the guy.
criminally.
He's so smart.
Thank you, Chair. I yield.
Dude,
Before I go to Ms. Randall, Chair recognizes Mr. Biggs for UC.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Are there other cities like Steubenville? If not, the people of Steubenville should write a book or something, share what makes the community tick. The city of Steubenville works because because it's like run down and decrepit. Ave Maria is not like Steubenville at all. It's a typical suburban American community that happens to have a lot of Catholics in it. And that's great. And I'm sure there are very holy people there, but it's not like Steubenville. And it's not community like Steubenville, where you're having to rebuild and create something that is inheritable. It's typical suburban. It's a typical suburban area that just happens to have a lot of Catholics in it. And frankly, and like I said, they're holy people. I know people from there. They're great people. But like, frankly, that's not going to fix the problem or serve the necessity of Catholic community that we need, because what we need out of these Catholic communities is places that are unlike anywhere else in the country. We can't have just suburban Catholic Disneyland, because when you do that, you're still dependent on the national ecosystem, the national economy, the national, the globalist American empire. Whereas if you live in these rundown places and turn it into somewhere that is worth living in, then you're not dependent on them, and you're dependent on each other. And then when things go badly, eventually you will be able to survive and rely upon each other because you weren't reliant on the larger outside secular forces who hate you. Yeah. I have friends who are talking about starting a Catholic community near us, but I don't know how to make it work. The Steubenville projects started 20-some years ago when Mark Nelson decided that he was going to make it something. And it started more than 20 years ago, and in the last 5 or 6 years, is when people have really been moving and taking it seriously, and it's become something like what it is. So if you're thinking about starting something, like, one, I would go look into Mark Nelson, look into what he did, what made him great, what made his vision work, what he did that was great. But two, don't expect it to work. Like, it's going to take more than a decade. Like, if you're not committed to it for the next 3 decades, don't try. Are there problems with drugs in Steubenville from a guy in seminary who went there? Yeah, there is. There's problems with drugs. There's lots of poor people. It's a problem. But it's better for it to be that way, and for us to rely on each other, and for us to be building somewhere that is a place that's not like everywhere else, that has culture, that has a community, that has a soul, that can be saved and improved, than to pretend that a soulless suburban series of subdivisions is capable of being turned into a place somewhere, because it's not. You know, if where you live looks like everywhere else, then it's not going to turn into something unique, because the things it relies upon are the structures of sin, which are destroying our country, destroying our faith, destroying our culture. You know, you can't have both John Locke and John Paul II. You can't have both of them. You can't have both Leo the 13th and Thomas Hobbes. You can't have both of them. You know, you need to be Catholic, and the way to do that, unless you have a lot of people with with the ability and commitment to only buy from each other, to only love each other, to only be with each other, as a community, and not rely on the outside. It's going to take decades to do it, and if you're willing to do that, that's good. But it's not going to work if you just want it to be suburban Catholic Disneyland. Like, if you want a Target, but everybody works at the Target happens to be Catholic, that's not Catholic community. You know, I'm sorry, it's not.
Number one, Washington Post calls for welfare reform after Minnesota fraud scandal. Exclusive. Treasury and House panel launch probes into Tim Walz's handling of $1 billion of food aid fraud. Additionally, referring to the earmark that Mr. Perry just referred to. Additionally, the Somali fraud scandal gave Trump a kill switch. What happens if he doesn't use it? Resurfaced video shows how Somali scammers use daycare centers to scam the state. Scrutinizing SNAP will help ensure the neediest get food stamps. Masterclass. A.G. Hamilton schools WAPO hack playing race card to defend Somali fraud ring in Minnesota. Tim Walz was brought down by a scandal hiding in plain sight. Unearthed surveillance video shows parents allegedly helping with fraud. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman yields back without objection, so ordered. Gentleman yields back. Ms. Randall, a couple of our witnesses have requested bathroom breaks. I told them, the ranking member and I agreed, they can go and come back. We're going to keep the hearing going. If your questions were pertaining to one of them, we'll skip to someone else. If that, do you want to go ahead? All right, Chair recognizes you for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, I have prepared some remarks that I definitely want to get to about the importance of childcare funding for all of us in all of our districts. I think we all recognize that we are in a childcare crisis. We have lost so many parents, especially women, from the workforce because they just cannot find adequate childcare. But I have to start by addressing some of what we have heard in this committee so far today. I didn't get myself together to ask any of my colleagues to yield to for a question, so I'll ask you, and if you don't know the answer, it's okay, I do. What % of sexual assaults in the United States are committed by white men?
I do not know.
57%. Of the January
No
6th
way she's going to do, I can't tell
who were-
per capita. She's not doing what is I don't know what per capita is. Oh my gosh. No way. Dog, I was pulling up a joke. I was going to do a bit. I was trying to do a bit. She's interrupting my ability to do this bit. Frick. All right, I can't do this bit right now. We have to, FBI, crime, stats, sexual assault by race. There's no way she's doing this. Um, 2019. All right, we'll just use that. That's fine. I don't care. Rape. Here we go. Black and African American men. So that's going to be men. 6% of the population, 26% of rapes. Sexual assault offenders, financial year. %53% involving travel for prohibited sexual conduct, or 27.4% were black, so they're overrepresented. 16% were black. Yeah. Okay. Dude, we got it. You got per capita. Per capita.
And do you know how many have been charged and convicted and arrested of additional crimes, including child sexual assault, kidnapping, production of child pornography, rape, conspiracy to murder an FBI agent, domestic violence by strangulation?
I do not have that information.
No, 33 since their pardons. Of the 21,504 murder offenders in the United States in 2023, do you know how many were white?
No.
8,842, which is 41%. Of the
per capita. Per capita.
Following the domestic extremist tracker that GW compiles, since 2015, there have been 643 individuals charged, 447% found guilty. Do you know how many are men?
You tell me.
95%. We can trot out all of the data that we want to create the sense that there is a bad guy. There is a bad group of people. There are folks who are not among us. There are folks who are other. And I think we should spend a lot more time.
Men commit crimes? What? No way, dude. Guys, we have to wrap it up. I have to quit. You know, I just got monetized. It's my dream, but I didn't know that men commit crimes. I didn't know that men commit crimes. I have to burn all my Patrick Buchanan books. Ah, darn. I just found out that men commit crimes. Oh, gosh. Oh, yeah, I got monetized today. Yeah, you can become a channel member. There'll be ads. Please forgive me for there being ads. Men are 50% of the population, commit 95% of the crimes. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, my gosh. She not only has the face of the Harry Potter goblin, she has the build of the Harry Potter goblin. Truly catastrophic. Truly catastrophic for her.
Time looking at ourselves, looking at American citizens, looking at white men who are committing violence at disproportionate rates in our country.
No, that's not what disproportionate means. Put it back now. I'm sorry, guy. Okay. Chat is I've lost control of the chat. They are demanding the goblin picture. Okay, I've lost control of the chat. My bad, guys. My bad, okay?
Who are committing crimes at disproportionate rates in our country, including the President of the United States, who is sitting at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue, as so many of my colleagues have pointed out. I also want to say, you know, I've heard a lot about the Somali.
Bro, she would fail the Rivka, she would fail the breakfast question. She controls a disproportionate amount of wizard gold. I think so, honestly.
Donors.
What is this tattoo? Can we find it? You think we can find it? Congresswoman Randall tattoo. Dude, her I thought maybe the Congress, like the chamber cameras were just unfortunate. I really thought maybe the chamber cameras were unfortunate, but this looks more like the Goblin. She looks more like the Goblin in her official portrait. Bro. That's not the tattoo that we were looking at, though. There's another one.
Political campaigns, we all acknowledge, right, that you cannot donate to a political campaign in the United States unless you are an American citizen, right? I'm just going to, like, acknowledge that. States, unless you political campaigns, we all acknowledge, right, Somali donors to political campaigns, we all acknowledge, right, that you cannot donate to a political campaign in the United States unless you are an American citizen, right? I'm just going to.
I don't. That's what we're upset about.
Like, acknowledge that. You know who else is getting rich as a campaign donor? The expense of the U.S. taxpayers and because of the decisions that this government has made. Yes, Elon Musk, but also billionaire Paul Singer, a Trump donor who is getting rich off the military actions that this president engaged in Venezuela. Now about childcare. $7 for every $1 spent on childcare and early learning are returned to our U.S. economy. It's good for families. It's good for kids. It's good for.
What is that statistic? $7 for every $1 spent or returned to the U.S. economy? Huh? Money up here. When spend money on childcare, money up here. Lady, what the fuck are you talking about?
For our economic growth. But we are still facing a childcare crisis in this country. Chair Robbins, I understand that you have 3 kids and that they were enrolled in daycare at one point before you became a stay-at-home mom.
She has a bachelor's in women's studies?
What would your reaction be to an unknown, potentially armed, angry individual showing up at your home with a camera, demanding to enter while your children were at home?
So we used a neighbor to do our childcare.
What if they showed up at your neighbor's house?
Yes, I don't think they would be coming in. But
how would you feel about it if someone who was armed and angry showed up in the house where your children were?
I'm not sure I understand who was armed. What are you asking about?
Thank you. I imagine you'd be scared. I think many families would be scared if that happens to you. I want to share a story of a provider from Washington State who said, following these fraud claims and the demonization of Somali Americans and childcare providers, 3 adults came into her home and banged on her door, startling the children in her care. The children were frightened and confused. She's been receiving repeated death threats by phone and voicemail. Individuals have returned.
I don't believe you. I don't believe you.
Multiple times, sometimes 2 or 3 times a day, parking outside the home and monitoring activity. They recorded families arriving and leaving. As a result, families felt unsafe and some withdrew their children from care. A nearby provider closed their
Push X to doubt. Push X to doubt.
Program entirely due to fear. Another provider shared that she was approached by a man with a gun outside her home who interrogated her about her childcare program, and she is now too scared to step outside.
Didn't happen.
Providers aren't answering the phone anymore because of all the threats, which means that parents aren't able to get in touch with staff regarding their children's care.
Mr. Chairman, order.
Gentlelady's time to expired. You went 30 seconds over.
Thank you for your lenience, Mr. Chair.
Chair recognizes Mr. Gosar from Arizona.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thanks to the witnesses for traveling. Now, Ms. Robbins, the Minnesota legislature led by your committee sounded the alarm on the fraud for years, but was ignored by Governor Walz. Did Keith Ellison, the Attorney General, was he aware of this?
Yes, he was aware.
Gosar! All right, we have to delete. Now we're getting rid of it. Nobody can complain. We're getting rid of the Goblin now.
Aware of the fraud, and he came before our committee, and
This lady does look like Rachel from Friends.
I feel like he did not do his job prosecuting these cases. Most of the cases have been prosecuted federally by the U.S. Attorney, both under President Biden and Feeding Our Future, and currently under President Trump.
Hold on. She does look like Rachel from Friends, kind of. You have to admit it. This one right here. There it is. That one, the Rachel. I feel like she has the Rachel in the big 2026. You know what I mean? Like, why does she have the Rachel haircut from the first season of Friends in 2026? And don't ask why I know that, all right? I know things. I'm autistic, all right? I just know things.
So he's, in your state, is the top attorney for the public, right?
Yes.
For the public. That's kind of very interesting. Well, maybe it has to do something with campaign contributions. Attorney General Ellison and his son received from members of the leading Feeding Our Future, an organization.
Is my stream going to die?
Now under investigation. The same group whose members allegedly tried to bribe jurors, but I'm sure that's just a coincidence. Nothing to see here. Sounds very familiar. Sounds very Biden crime syndicated-esque. Now, when you're talking about the tools that you could use, would any NGO that takes federal funding be of value to you, that they would have to disclose all their federal funding or all their funding mechanisms if they took 1 penny from the federal government?
Yes, one of the things we've seen in Minnesota is that some of these nonprofits have had their federal 501c3 status revoked, but the state continues to fund it.
It's interesting you say that because, the IRS actually does this study, actually has those numbers, but when we order it, it's blanked out. It's redacted. All of it's redacted. I wonder if there's some...
Why do we have all the questions for this lady? The guy is super cool. I like him. There we go. Okay, we're going to get the guy. We're going to get the guy.
To that, follow the money trail. Now, Representative Hudson. The
Hudson.
head of Feeding Our Future was sentenced in November for
We
the
love
largest
Hudson.
COVID fraud scheme in U.S. history, according to the DOJ. This is a predictable result of the massive COVID spending with little or no oversight. In fact, we spent between $4.3 and $7.5 trillion during COVID, and we don't have a single receipt, not one. Okay. Now, this is a predictable outcome from massive spending. Whether it's expanded COVID tax credits under the so-called Affordable Care Act or the programs like the massive or Minnesota HHS initiative with no enrollment cap. Unfortunately, there are plenty of similar federal programs right here in Washington, D.C. My question for you is, in your experience, what failures make government...
This is the Kurt Signetti of Congress right here. He's zero expression.
For his role in the largest COVID fraud scheme in U.S. history, according to the DOJ. This is a predictable result of the massive COVID spending with little or no oversight. In fact, we spent between $4.3 and $7.5 trillion during COVID, and we don't have a single receipt, not one.
Look at him.
Now, this is a predictable outcome.
I'm muting this, and everybody just look at this guy. One step away from a Karen haircut. So true. You're behind, Kathnat. You're behind.
Acceptable to fraud.
Well, as I outlined in my opening statement and my written testimony, basically we're spending far more money than we have the operational capacity to monitor. Like now Deputy U.S. Attorney, was U.S. Attorney at the time, Joe Thompson, said, we can't prosecute our way out of this. That's another way of saying it. We have to have controls on the front end.
Well, and with massive amounts of...
Why is this... Dude, I'm telling you guys, this guy's going to be like a national politician, like a major national politician someday. His like, he knows, like, he gets this super long question, and he's just, bam.
In your experience, what failures make
Hudson is phenomenal.
Fraud?
Well, as I outlined in my opening statement and my written testimony, basically we're spending far more money than we have the operational capacity to monitor. Like now Deputy U.S. Attorney, was U.S. Attorney at the time, Joe Thompson, said, we can't prosecute our way out of this. That's another way of saying it. We have to have controls on the front end.
Well,
he's so good. Like, just bam.
And with massive amounts, like I just talked to you about in COVID, it actually gives the environment for fraud. It just builds on it, right?
Correct.
Well, Ms. Rarick, what concrete actions...
I don't want to talk to her. All right. Well, there's 20 more minutes of that. I should quit before I get forced to quit by the internet. Shiny head with brains. So true. The guy's smart. I like him. We'll have to watch that more so we can get more Hudson. We'll have to try to find videos of Hudson to talk about because the guy's sharp as a whip. He might be a majorly important political figure who gets forgotten by normies, but the political knowledge will love him. Yeah, I think that will be the case of... I think that will be the case. It would not be surprised if Hudson ends up in like a really important position. He seems really smart, very quick, knows what's going on. Chat is slow to show up to you. Oh, okay. My bad. Okay, so we're gonna call it for the night. Went for 4 hours and 20 minutes, not counting the 20 minutes of the internet going out. So y'all have a good night, and